Chapter 1999. Zhou was startled, and then his gaze fell on the cultivators sitting cross-legged in front of the hall. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that these cultivators were sitting cross-legged, blocking the entrance of the hall. I heard that there are a lot of disaster crystals in the trial ground. You can cultivate on the first floor, right? When the time comes, you can also pay the disaster crystals to enter the hall, right? Zhuan asked. The person shook his head and said, "The first floor is the place with the most cultivators in the trial ground. It's very chaotic here, and if you're not strong enough, even if you have the disaster crystals, you can't protect yourself. When I first came in, I also had some disaster crystals, but I was targeted by others. I see that you're also a newcomer, right? You'd better not reveal the disaster crystals on you. Otherwise, if you're targeted by others, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid a beating, and your life might even be in danger." Zhuan nodded, somewhat surprised by this person's kind reminder. Thinking of this, Zhuan took out 5 disaster crystals and secretly stuffed them to this person, saying, "Thank you for your explanation, brother. This is the reward. Take it." At first, this person was a little confused, but when he took a look, it was actually 5 disaster crystals, and he almost cried out in surprise. He thought of something and immediately put away the disaster crystals and looked around vigilantly. Then he whispered to Zhuan, "Thank you, brother. It's fine, you deserve it." Zhuan smiled and waved his hand. The cultivator in front of him could not release his divine sense, so he could not use his spirit ring and could only hide his disaster crystals in his sleeve. After speaking, Zhuan brought Yinshiyu and walked towards the hall. This cultivator naturally saw Zhuan's actions and saw that he was walking towards the hall. His eyes were filled with shock, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to stop him. Unfortunately, Zhuan turned a deaf ear. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of footsteps slowly sounded, and Zhuan walked straight towards the hall. He deliberately spread the sound of his footsteps with his divine power. At this moment, the cultivators on the rocky ground all quieted down, and they stared straight at the young man walking towards the hall. In front of the main hall, the 5 cultivators slowly opened their eyes and calmly looked at the approaching Zhuan. "You want to enter the main hall to train?" The blue-robed cultivator in the lead asked calmly. "Yes," Zhuan said. 100 disaster crystals per person, or scram," the blue-robed cultivator said indifferently. Zhuan did not mind, but continued, "I heard that this hall has been reserved by you guys. I remember that this training ground doesn't belong to you, right? What qualifications do you have to reserve this hall for everyone to train in, and even shamelessly ask for such a sky-high price?" As soon as he said this, the rocky ground became even more silent. Many cultivators looked at Zhuan as if they were looking at an idiot. The cultivator who had been gifted the disaster crystal by Zhuan had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't expect Zhuan to be so courageous, to actually dare to challenge those 5 cultivators. Those 5 were the strongest cultivators on the first floor, and all of them were existences that had cultivated out divine sense. How dare you say such words? Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you know that there are some people you are not qualified to offend. The blue-robed cultivator's eyes were cold, and with a wave of his sleeve, a blue long sword appeared in his hand. His powerful divine sense wrapped around the blue long sword, and it turned into a blue light, directly stabbing towards Zhuan's vital point. In the first floor, there were very few people who could cultivate divine sense. This blue-robe cultivator was definitely one of the best on the first floor. Moreover, Zhuan found that this person's divine sense was stronger than Brother Yan's, and it was actually about 7 meters long. Thinking of Brother Yan's lonely look when he mentioned the first floor, Brother Yan was probably driven out by these 5 people. This person is dead. He dared to offend Zhou. Many of the surrounding cultivators sneered at the sight of the aqua-blue long sword flying out. Zhou was able to stir up trouble here, so he naturally had a strong foundation and capital. Back then, Zhou had killed many cultivators here, which won him a great reputation. Sigh. The cultivator who had been gifted the disaster crystal by Zhuan turned pale and sighed in his heart. He knew that Zhuan was doomed. Unfortunately, The aqua blue long sword had just arrived in front of Zhuo when it suddenly came to a halt. The long sword that had stopped suddenly changed direction and swept towards Zhou. What's going on? Zhou was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the incoming aqua blue sword, his divine sense pouring out of his divine soul in an attempt to block the oncoming sword. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to control it, the long sword did not listen to his command and resolutely stabbed towards his vital point. Pucci! Zhou's head was cut off, fell to the ground, and rolled a few times. The entire rocky ground fell into silence. This scene was too strange. The sword that should have been charging toward Zhuo had changed direction at the last moment and killed its master, Zhou. The four cultivators sitting cross-legged behind Zhou were shocked. They all stood up and looked at Zhuo in shock. They were not stupid. They knew that Zhou's death was definitely related to the young man in front of them. Zhuo slowly walked to Zhou's corpse, squatted down, and took off his spirit ring. After checking it, he found that there were a lot of disaster crystal stones in the spirit ring, more than 500 of them. If there's anyone who dares to stand in the toilet without taking a shit, then don't blame me, Zhuo, for being impolite. After saying that, Zhuo stared coldly at the other four cultivators, causing them to tremble all over. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhuo. Since this hall is a trial ground and the place to enter the second floor, everyone can enter and leave at will. As for those who charge a fee to enter, they deserve to die. After saying that, the aqua blue long sword turned into a blue line and quickly pierced through the necks of the four cultivators. Then, four more corpses appeared on the ground. After doing this, Zhuo brought Yun Qiyu into the hall. After a brief moment of sluggishness, the rocky ground cheered and swarmed into the hall. They had wanted to enter the hall for a long time, but unfortunately, Zhou's group of 5 had always occupied the best position in the hall because they had cultivated their divine sense first. If they wanted to enter the trial ground, they had to pay 100 disaster crystal stones. In the first floor of the trial ground, it was too difficult to obtain 100 disaster crystal stones. Now, Zhuo had killed Zhou's group of 5 and abolished the fee system. How could they not be happy? How could they not be excited? Some people even shouted Zhuo's name. Not long after Zhuo entered the hall, a group of people rushed in behind him. Fortunately, the interior of the hall was very spacious, and these people did not dare to run in front of Zhuo, so they did not hinder Zhuo. Master Zhuo. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from beside Zhuo. Then, Zhuo found that the cultivator he had asked before had walked to his side, his face full of caution. It's you. Do you know how the trial is conducted in this hall? Zhuo smiled slightly, but his gaze fell on the 2 doors in front of the hall. He found that one of the doors was covered with a powerful restriction array, while the other door did not have any restrictions at all. Oh, Master Zhuo, it's like this. These 2 doors represent 2 different trial methods. Hearing Zhuo's question, the person said enthusiastically, the door with restrictions is the most direct trial. As long as your divine sense is strong enough, you can directly break it and then directly enter the second floor. As for the door without restrictions, there is a black iron door with strange numbers on it. It is said that as long as you solve the strange numbers, the black iron door will open and automatically let you enter the second floor. Zhuo raised his eyebrows and said, there are 2 options. Which one do you choose? The door with restrictions, because it is the fastest. Generally, cultivators with strength will choose this one. As for the second one, it is reserved for cultivators who are not strong enough. The cultivator said respectfully, I see. Then I'll try the door with restrictions first. Zhuo nodded, and then he walked over to the entrance that was covered in restrictions. Zhuo's divine sense was far superior to all the cultivators here. When he came to the door, he could feel that the restrictions on the door were extraordinary, but to him, it should not be too much of an obstacle. Zhuo's actions naturally attracted the attention of all the cultivators. Zhou was killed by this person, which showed that this person's divine sense was very strong and could possibly enter the second floor. Crack! Zhuan's divine sense transformed into a palm and fiercely slammed into the restriction, shattering it. As expected, he is really strong. Zhou Kuo is strong enough, but he can't break the restriction on the door, but this person broke it so easily. Aren't you King talking nonsense? Didn't you see that this master killed Zhou Kuo in an instant? If this master can't break the restriction on the door, then we can forget about it. Sounds of discussion gradually rose. Everyone did not find it strange that Zhuan was able to shatter the restriction on the door. "Should you go in?" Zhuan said to Yun Qiyu. Brother Zhui. Yin Qiyu was a little surprised. Zhuan said with a smile, "Don't worry, since I can break this restriction once, I can naturally break it a second time. Don't you want to avenge your father? If you stay on the first floor like this, I'm afraid you won't even pass the first round." Hearing this, Yin Qiyu did not hesitate and walked through the door. Zhuan was right. She still had a blood feud on her shoulders. If she stayed on the first floor, it was very likely that she would be eliminated. If she lost the opportunity to enter this trial ground, it would be very difficult for her to have such a chance to advance so quickly again. After Yin Qiyu entered, another restriction appeared on the door, isolating Zhuan outside. Clearly, only one person could enter the door. Zhuan did not care at all. Once again, he condensed a large palm with his divine sense and slammed it fiercely on the restriction. Pucci. However, what shocked Zhuan was that the moment his divine sense palm slammed into the restriction, it immediately dissipated. Chapter 2000. The 10th floor Zhuan's pupils shrank as he stared fixedly at the restriction gate in front of him. This restriction gate was too strange. Its aura was clearly the same as before, but his divine sense was actually repelled. Lord Zhua, perhaps you don't know? That restrictive door can only be broken by the same person once. It's basically impossible to break it a second time. Instead, you'll suffer a backlash from the palace's power. The cultivator trembled as he spoke, but his heart was filled with sighs. In fact, he should have told Zhuan about this earlier, but he had not thought of it before. He also did not expect that Zhuan would actually let Yin Qiyu go in first. Was this not causing him trouble? The surrounding people also revealed a trace of pity. Clearly, they did not expect that Zhuan would give this opportunity to the veiled woman. Are there no other opportunities? Zhuan was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such a rule here. However, after giving it some thought, he felt relieved. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that those powerful cultivators could let in as many people as they wanted? This was clearly a violation of the rules of the trial grounds. There is, but you can't enter this door with restrictions. You need to enter another door. You need to solve the problem on the black iron door before you can enter. The cultivator said helplessly. "I see. Then I'll give it a try." Zhuan nodded, and then he entered another door. Everyone at the back looked at each other and followed behind Zhuan. There were no restrictions on the door, so it couldn't stop them at all. Furthermore, they were also very curious as to whether or not the powerful young man in front of them would be able to pass through the door of wisdom after losing the opportunity to enter the second level through martial strength. Zhuan looked at the huge black iron door in front of him and smiled bitterly. The black iron door was extremely thick. Others might not be able to see it, but he could see that the restriction patterns on the black iron door existed on the inside and not on the outside. The restriction inside the black iron door was many times more advanced than the restriction on the other door. Zhuan knew that the restriction within the black iron door should have been set up by a very powerful god formation master. Soon, Zhuan's attention landed on the numbers on the iron door. When his gaze landed on the iron door, a hoarse voice rang out in his mind. "There are 5 numbers here. Arrange the 5 numbers in a row. The first number must be adjacent to the second number, and the second number must be on the right of the first number. How many arrangements are there? You only have 10 breaths of time." Zhuan's gaze landed on the numbers. The numbers were very strange. Zhuan had never seen numbers like this before, and every number was different. However, when Zhuan heard the voice, he was stunned for 2 seconds before a strange expression appeared on his face. This was because the problem that the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind was actually a problem of permutation and combination. Zhuowen was a university student in Huaxia in his previous life. After many years of examination, especially mathematics, he was very familiar with the so-called permutation and combination. Although his results were very poor, he was very familiar with many mathematical formulas. In addition, Zhuowen's calculation ability was even more terrifying than a computer. Once he grasped the formula, the permutation question was not difficult at all. Of course, Zhuowen's main advantage was that he knew the formula. Other cultivators did not know the formula and could only count them one by one. This was very easy to make mistakes. Moreover, the voice only gave him 10 breaths of time. In such a short time, it was very difficult to find the correct answer. Zhuowen did not even think about it and said silently, 24. Creak. Just as Zhuowen finished answering, the black iron door in front of him slowly opened. It solved so quickly? Many of the cultivators behind Zhuowen were stunned on the spot. This scene was really shocking. Naturally, many cultivators had tried this door before, but all of them were wrong. Moreover, the problem was completely different every time they entered the door, so the solution was useless. Until the black iron door closed, many of the cultivators present were still in a daze. Could it be that this black iron door's problem has become easier? A cultivator did not believe it and came to the black iron door. After 10 breaths of time, the cultivator was fiercely pushed back by an invisible force and sat on the ground. Everyone was startled and realized that it was not that the problem had become easier, but that Zhuowen who had entered was not simple. After stepping through the black iron door, there was still a very long passage, and the passage was surrounded by a misty fog. Zhuowen's divine sense was strong enough, but it could not penetrate the surrounding fog. It's this golden ripple again. This golden ripple is much thicker than the first layer. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately sat cross-legged and guided the golden ripple into his divine soul. Moreover, Zhuowen felt that the absorption speed was too slow, so he used Devour's devouring power. Instantly, the golden ripple turned into a golden storm around him, constantly swirling and sweeping. Zhuowen's absorption speed became faster and faster, and the golden storm became more turbulent. The surrounding golden ripple also became less and less. Zhuowen sat there for a full 3 days, absorbing all the golden ripples in the area. With the help of the golden ripples, his divine sense improved by leaps and bounds. The range of his divine sense doubled, reaching 200 meters. Zhuowen's lips curled. He knew that the increase of his divine sense in this place was the increase of his strength. Naturally, he was very happy. Oh, it seems that the main body has completely recovered. Zhuowen exclaimed softly, then immediately summoned the white-clothed Zhuowen. The main body's clothes were whiter than snow, and there was not a speck of dust on them. The black-clothed Zhuowen gave all his equipment to the white-clothed Zhuowen. The main body hasn't passed the lightning disaster yet. Why don't you let the main body absorb some disaster crystals to pass the lightning disaster and directly become a 2-disaster true god? Zhuowen muttered. The main body had a human body, and he had planned to let the main body reach the void sky realm quickly. After all, the main body had the help of the illusory heavenly bridge. It would be much easier for the main body to reach the void sky realm compared to Devour. As for Devour, he planned to let him become an extreme grade true god, so he wasn't in a hurry to pass the lightning disaster. After all, he didn't have many disaster crystals. Moreover, as the number of lightning disasters increased, Zhuowen realized that the number of disaster crystals he needed was also increasing. The number of disaster crystals he had wasn't enough for the black-clothed Zhuowen's 6th lightning disaster to approach. Thus, Zhuowen simply let the main body absorb the remaining disaster crystals. Zhuowen stayed here for another 5 days. His main body squandered all the calamity crystals on him, and even absorbed all the calamity crystal cores he took out from Gaylord's body. What surprised Zhuowen was that the energy within the disaster crystal nucleus was much denser than the disaster crystals. Zhuowen estimated that one disaster crystal nucleus was equivalent to 1,000 disaster crystals. Originally, Zhuowen had 500 disaster crystals and one disaster crystal nucleus. His main body's aura had reached the peak of the first disaster true god realm. Moreover, he had accumulated 10 lightning disasters. If I had known that the energy within the disaster crystal nucleus was so dense, I would have let the black-clothed Zhuowen absorb it. The white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stood up and looked at the 10 lightning gates in the sky. His gaze was grave. The main body had a human body, so the requirement for disaster crystals wasn't as abnormal as the black-clothed ones. 500 disaster crystals and one disaster crystal nucleus had allowed the main body to attract 10 lightning disasters. These 10 lightning disasters should be dealt with slowly. Perhaps there will be a need later. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. The might of the 10 lightning gates was very terrifying. If he were to fight against an enemy, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Zhuowen didn't want to go through the lightning disaster right now. Thinking of this, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and used formless to conceal his aura. The 10 lightning gates in the sky couldn't sense Zhuowen's aura and immediately collapsed. Of course, this collapse was only temporary. Once Zhuowen started fighting, his aura would definitely be exposed. At that time, the lightning gates would appear again. Because Zhuowen possessed the heavenly lightning eye, he wasn't afraid of lightning disasters. However, once the main body advanced to the first disaster true god realm, Zhuowen wouldn't have such strong resistance to fire. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to advance to the first disaster true god realm. It's time to go. Zhuowen slowly walked out of the passage. After he walked out of the exit, he discovered that he was in a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the center of the lake, there was a large hall. He knew that this was the second level of the training ground. There was no doubt that the number of people on the second level was much fewer than on the first level. However, it was still crowded. Moreover, on the second level, there were many cultivators who had cultivated divine consciousness. It was also much more orderly than on the first level. Moreover, no one stopped people from entering the large hall to train on the second level. Zhuowen found Yin Qiyu, who was anxiously waiting near the large hall. Yin Qiyu had obviously also benefited from the golden ripples. Her divine consciousness could already reach about 10 meters. The large hall on the second level had the same structure as on the first level. It was also divided into 2 large doors. One door was for martial strength, and the other was for intelligence. Just like the last time, Zhuowen used his divine consciousness to destroy the door of the martial strength stage and sent Yin Qiyu in. Meanwhile, he entered the intelligence stage. After that, Zhuowen and Yin Qiyu went up level by level without a hitch. Soon, they arrived at the 10th level. Zhuowen's divine consciousness had also been greatly improved. It could now reach 2,000 meters, while Yin Qiyu's divine consciousness had reached 100 meters. Moreover, the cultivators on the 10th level were all extraordinary. None of them had a divine consciousness range of less than 100 meters. Big Brother Zhua, I don't plan to go any further. After entering the 10th level, I think I can enter the second round of the Interstellar Tournament. My results will definitely be good. I've troubled you along the way, Yin Qiyu said sincerely. Zhuowen stopped and looked at Yin Qiyu. After seeing that she was serious, he nodded and said, "Chu, you can cultivate on the 10th level from now on. There's still a lot of time. Moreover, there are many calamity crystals on the 10th level. With your current divine consciousness strength, it won't be a problem for you to become a true god 2 disasters. You can even become a true god 3 disasters before you leave." Yin Qiyu nodded and said softly, "Big Brother Zhua, I know that you are very strong and that you will continue to advance. I heard from others that the trial grounds will become very frightening after the 10th level. You must be careful. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Chapter 2001. Mo Fan. Although there weren't many people on the 10th floor, there were at least tens of thousands of them. There were actually 3 doors in the hall on the 10th floor. 2 of them were the entrance to the martial force and intelligence force, while the third door was the exit. Zhuan noticed that the third door often flashed with white light, and each white light was one or several cultivators. Most of the cultivators who came out of the third door were in a sorry state. Pucci, another white light flashed, and then a cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The cultivator was bathed in blood, looking like a bloody man. It was an extremely miserable sight. Who is a Dragon King grass? Save me. I'm willing to exchange it for anything. I'm the eldest disciple of the Eastern Universe, Heavenly Devil Island, Mo Fan. Save me. This bloody man kept wriggling on the ground, and at the same time, he was trembling. His voice was intermittent, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. Heavenly Devil Island? It's useless even if you're Lord Brahma of the Middle Universe. Your identity in the outside world is worthless here. In the hall, a triangular-eyed cultivator walked over slowly with 5 other cultivators and stepped on this man's head. Lu Guang. Mo Fan's eyes were spitting fire. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, the triangular-eyed cultivator named Lu Guang stepped on his mouth and made him shut up. What kind of trash are you? The eldest disciple of the Heavenly Devil Island? The Heavenly Devil Island is trash. How can it compare to our demonic pearl sect? Lu Guang said with a mocking smile. The surrounding people were discussing, but no cultivator dared to step forward to stop them. The demonic pearl sect was not simple. It was also one of the top 10 sects in the star field and one of the 2 demonic sections. The other demonic sect was the Heavenly Devil Island. Moreover, the Heavenly Devil Island and the demonic pearl sect had a huge grudge. Zhuan heard this from the surrounding people. It was said that the Devil Pearl sect's sect master was the Heavenly Devil Island's island master's Tao companion. The 2 of them got together despite the opposition. However, the Devil Pearl sect's sect master had purposely become Tao companions with the Heavenly Devil Island's island master in order to obtain the island master's trust and then steal the Heavenly Devil Island's demonic book. With the loss of the demonic book, the Heavenly Devil Island suffered a great loss. Because of this, the Heavenly Devil Island and the Devil Pearl sect fought a great battle. In the end, both devil sects suffered great losses and sealed their sections. However, because the Demonic Pearl sect obtained the demonic book of Heavenly Demon Island, it quickly recovered. Moreover, its power grew stronger and stronger, showing signs of surpassing Heavenly Demon Island. It was precisely because of this grudge that the relationship between the 2 great devil sects could be said to be extremely bad. When the disciples of the 2 great devil sects met, they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Now that Mo Fan was heavily injured, with the enmity between the Devil Pearl sect and the Heavenly Devil Island, it would be strange if Lu Guang let Mo Fan go. Many of the surrounding people pitied Mo Fan. They knew that Mo Fan would suffer a fate worse than death now that he had fallen into Lu Guang's hands. The embryo of the no-beginning devil gold is very excited. The moment Zhuan's gaze fell on Mo Fan, he realized that the embryo of the no-beginning devil gold in his spirit ring was constantly jumping and screaming, as if it had encountered something happy. The no-beginning devil gold should have sensed the aura of the Big Dipper demon fire. I'm afraid that Mo Fan has the Big Dipper demon fire on him, Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he took another look at Mo Fan. Zhuan naturally knew this Mo Fan. Back then, the most dazzling disciple of the Heavenly Devil Island was the witch Yushan. Mo Fan was standing beside Yushan back then, so it was impossible for him not to attract attention. Lu Guang, what do you want? If Junior Sister Yushan comes back, you will suffer, Mo Fan said in a deep voice. Lu Guang laughed and said, Mo Fan, are you still so naive? Do you really think that the map of the Devil Fall Valley that your Heavenly Devil Island obtained is correct? You should have noticed that something is wrong, right? Your junior sister must be trapped in the Devil Fall Valley now. What? That map was purposely leaked to us by your Devil Pearl sect? Mo Fan's expression changed slightly. Lu Guang sneered and said, what do you think? The Devil Fall Valley is not that easy to enter. Our Devil Pearl sect doesn't have the map, but our senior brother Wei Shuo is good at deduction. I think you should be able to find the correct path to enter the Devilfall Valley. As for you guys, you're just cannon fodder for Senior Brother Wei Shaw to explore the way. Mo Fan was furious, but unfortunately, he was powerless and was firmly suppressed by Lu Guang's right foot. Bang! Lu Guang kicked Mo Fan without hesitation. Mo Fan groaned in pain and arched his waist like a cooked prawn. Beat him up, beat him to death, but don't kill him. Just beat him until he's half dead. I still have some use for him later. After Lu Guang finished speaking, he took a few steps back. The 5 cultivators behind Lu Guang grinned maliciously as they punched and kicked Mo Fan. The 5 cultivators controlled their strength very well. Although they couldn't kill Mo Fan, they could make him feel more pain. Whoosh! However, just as the 5 of them were hitting Mo Fan with all their might, a gust of wind blew. Then, a figure quickly grabbed Mo Fan and rushed out of the hall. Who is it? Where do you think you're going? The figure was so fast that the 5 of them didn't even have time to react. However, Lu Guang noticed it immediately. His powerful divine sense surged out and turned into an invisible palm that grabbed at the figure. Boom! Unfortunately, an even more powerful spiritual sense blasted over, causing the invisible palm to immediately disperse. Moreover, the figure had completely disappeared from the vicinity of the large hall. Chase! Lu Guang chased without hesitation. Unfortunately, Lu Guang quickly turned back with a gloomy look. After the figure rushed out of the hall, it spread out a pair of dragon wings, and its speed instantly doubled. It immediately escaped the range of Lu Guang's divine sense. In the sky above a mountain range, a shadow flashed past and landed at the foot of the mountain. Zhuowen put Mo Fan down and slowly folded the torch dragon wings on his back. Zhuowen had been cultivating the torch dragon 9-headed infant technique. Therefore, the baby dragon on the torch dragon wings had grown a lot. At least, it looked much better than before. The torch dragon wing's speed was also much faster than before. Lu Guang and the 5 cultivators beside him were not simple. Lu Guang's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the first step of the virtual sky realm. As for the 5 cultivators beside him, even the weakest one was at the virtual sky realm. Lu Guang's divine sense had reached about 1,800 meters, which wasn't too far away from Zhuowen's. In addition, with the help of the 5 cultivators, Lu Guang didn't dare to fight the 6 of them head-on. Therefore, he could only take Mo Fan by surprise. Fortunately, the divine sense here was limited, and his torch dragon wings were fast enough. Therefore, he could easily shake off Lu Guang. If they were in the outside world, with Lu Guang's powerful divine sense, it would be impossible for Zhuowen to shake him off so easily. It's you? Mo Fan opened his eyes and stared at Zhuowen. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You know me? Zhuowen asked curiously. Mo Fan shook his head and said awkwardly, Ju and your sister Yushan noticed you at Danya Square. So I met you once. Zhuowen nodded. He had noticed when Yushan noticed him, but he didn't care. He didn't expect Mo Fan to remember him. Thank you for saving me, brother. May I know your name? Mo Fan cupped his fists and asked sincerely. He knew that if Zhuowen hadn't helped him, he would have died without a doubt. Moreover, he would have been tortured to death. Zhuowen waved his hand and said in a deep voice, I'm Zhuowen. Brother Mo, you said before that if anyone could take out the Dragon King herb, you would exchange it with anything, right? You have the Dragon King herb? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded and said, I'm not that talented, but I did get a Dragon King herb by chance. However, I want something from you. The Dragon King herb was a level 7 divine herb. Even for Void Sky experts, it was extremely precious. Zhuowen had obtained a few withered Dragon King herbs in the Fiery Cloud region, but they were all saved by the Qiyun celestial soil. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was extremely grateful to the Qiyun celestial soil. Otherwise, those withered level 7 divine herbs would have been worthless to him. Brother Zhuo, just say it. As long as I have it, I'll definitely exchange it with you. Mo Fan said hurriedly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered and said, I need the Big Dipper demonic fire. Mo Fan's face froze, and he frowned. Big Dipper demonic fire? Brother Joie, what do you want it for? If it's not convenient for Brother Mo, I won't force you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Mo Fan looked at his own condition and smiled bitterly. Since Brother Zhuo wants the Big Dipper demonic fire, I won't be stingy. However, I don't have much of it on me, and it was given to me by the island master. As he spoke, Mo Fan took out a transparent bottle. Inside the bottle, there was a palm-sized purplish-black flame. It was overflowing with demonic aura and looked extremely strange. It's fine. Zhuowen waved his hand. After taking the bottle, he took out the Dragon King herb and gave it to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was ecstatic as he held the Dragon King herb in his hand. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Zhuowen. Brother Joie, thank you so much. You're my savior, and I won't dare to forget your kindness. Zhuowen waved his hand. His intentions were not pure. Brother Mo, you should heal your injuries first. After you've recovered, I still have some things to ask you about. After Zhuowen spoke, he set up a concealment array around Mo Fan and walked out. Although Zhuowen did not have much contact with Mo Fan, he could tell from his words and actions that Mo Fan was an extremely principled person. Therefore, he was not afraid that Mo Fan would bite the hand that fed him after he had recovered. Moreover, even if Mo Fan bit the hand that fed him, Zhuowen was not afraid. He had many trump cards with him now. When the time came, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Looking at Zhuowen, who had walked out of the concealment array, Mo Fan was grateful. He was not a fool. How could he not understand Zhuowen's intentions? Chapter 2002. Devilfall Valley. Zhuowen summoned the Thunder Fire Sword as he walked out of the array and asked, Xiao He, is this enough Big Dipper demonic fire? The reason why Zhuowen used the array was not only to reassure Mo Fan, but also to prevent Mo Fan from seeing the Thunder Fire Sword. After all, the Thunder Fire Sword was a divine weapon that could be used to refine weapons. It was hard for it not to attract Mo Fan's attention. Xiao He crossed his arms as he looked at the Big Dipper demonic fire in the bottle. He shook his head and said, It's too little. This amount of Big Dipper demonic fire can only refine a portion of the embryos of the No beginning demonic gold sword. How many can you refine? Zhuowen asked. I'm not sure. You can let me try, Xiao He said in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded and said, Okay, you can try first. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen handed the embryos of the No beginning demonic gold sword and the Big Dipper demonic fire to Xiao He. Xiao He took them and put them back into the spirit ring. Half a month later, Mo Fan walked out of the array. His face was rosy, and he was no longer as weak and pale as before. Brother Joie, it's all thanks to your Dragon King grass. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Mo Fan was refreshed, and he bowed deeply to Zhuowen as soon as he came out. His tone was full of gratitude. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Brother Mo, you're too polite. We're just taking what we need. Mo Fan said seriously, Brother Joie, you're too polite. Back then, I was seriously injured. With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for you to kill me. At that time, not only did you have the Big Dipper demonic fire, you could have taken everything I had. However, you didn't. Zhuowen looked at Mo Fan and nodded inwardly. Although Mo Fan was a demonic cultivator, he was also loyal. This made Zhuowen view Mo Fan in a new light. Brother Mo, I heard about the Devilfall Valley from Lu Guanzhou. What is that place? Also, why are there 3 gates on the 10th floor? What's the 3rd gate for? Zhuowen did not want to continue arguing with Mo Fan about the Big Dipper demonic flames, so he changed the topic appropriately. This was also the question that Zhuowen wanted to ask the most. Mo Fan had a strange look in his eyes. Most disciples of the big forces in the Star Sector would have a good understanding of the trial grounds. However, Zhuowen seemed to be completely clueless. However, when he recalled that Zhuowen was a loose cultivator, Mo Fan felt relieved. Brother Joie, you may not know this, but the trial ground is divided into 18 levels. The first 10 levels are actually the basic trial. As long as you pass the trial in the main hall, you can enter the next level. But it's different after the 10th floor. Every floor after that is filled with many strange beasts. These strange beasts are native to the trial grounds and have terrifying strength. Even Void Sky cultivators can't guarantee that they won't die inside. However, the benefits after the 10th floor are extremely obvious. The golden ripples that train one's consciousness will become denser, allowing one's consciousness to become stronger and tougher. Its range will also be wider. Every floor after the 10th floor has a teleportation array. The teleportation array leads to the third gate of the 10th floor. If you encounter danger in the following floors and can't move forward, you can use enough Calamity Crystal cores to teleport back. I encountered danger in the Devil Fall Valley and was rescued by junior sister Yushan. I escaped and used the teleportation array to return to the 10th floor. I'm sure you know what happened after that, Brother Joie. Mo Fan spoke tirelessly and gave a concise and thorough introduction of the trial grounds. Zhuowen also had a general understanding of the trial grounds. After the 10th floor, one would have to pass through floor after floor. Generally, those who could enter the 10th floor and beyond were mostly geniuses. Therefore, the trial grounds would give these geniuses a chance. If one encountered danger after the 10th floor, they could use the teleportation array to teleport back to the 10th floor. However, there was only one chance. Once a genius was teleported back to the 10th floor, they would lose their way to the 10th floor and beyond. In other words, after Mo Fan was teleported back, he could not continue forward. He could only stay on the 10th floor until the trial grounds time limit ended. It could be said that most of the geniuses left on the 10th floor were cultivators who had been teleported back and lost their only chance. As for Yun Chiyu, she was brought in by Zhuowen. Her strength was too weak, and it was very difficult for her to enter the 11th floor. Therefore, after entering the 10th floor, Yun Chiyu gave up on advancing and cultivated here. Which floor is the Devil Fall Valley on? Zhuowen asked. The Devil Fall Valley is on the 15th floor. It's an extremely dangerous area. Generally, cultivators who enter the 15th floor will not enter the Devil Fall Valley. Instead, they will directly enter the entrance to the 16th floor, Mo Fan said with a bitter smile. Zhuowen did not answer. Instead, he quietly looked at Mo Fan. He was waiting for Mo Fan to reveal his purpose for entering the Devil Fall Valley. Mo Fan's eyes flashed as he continued. It is said that the Devil Fall Valley is the place where Demon Tao Almighty fell. According to the legends, this Demon Tao Almighty was very terrifying. Back then, for some unknown reason, he went crazy and attacked the Star Field. He killed many experts from the 10 great sects and even killed several sect leaders. However, in the end, the ruler of the Sky region, Lord Brahma, took action and forcefully suppressed this Demon Tao Almighty. The place where the Demon Tao Almighty fell was called the Devil Fall Valley. Our heavenly demon island accidentally obtained a map. It is said to be the correct route to the Devil Fall Valley. If we follow the route on the map, we will be able to find the Demon Tao Almighty's cultivation method. We might even be able to obtain his inheritance. Unfortunately, that map is fake. Those bastards from the Demonic Pearl sect deliberately leaked it to our heavenly demon island. They are really despicable. My junior sister, she is still trapped in the Devil Fall Valley. I hate it. Speaking until here, Mo Fan's veins were bulging and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Zhuowen was a little shocked. That Demon Tao Almighty was too terrifying. He actually attacked the Star Field alone and heavily injured the 10 great sects. He even killed several sect leaders because of this. The sect leaders of the 10 great sects were all giants. It was said that their cultivators were terrifying existences who had reached at least the 6th or 7th steps of the Void Sky realm. Even so, several of these experts were killed by the Demon Tao Almighty. It could be seen how powerful that Demon Tao Almighty was. Mo Fan suddenly looked at Zhuowen and said hesitantly, Brother Zhuowen, I have observed you before. Your divine sense is very powerful. It is even more powerful than Lu Guang and I. Moreover, I can see that you have just arrived at the 10th level. You haven't even entered the 10th floor yet, but your divine sense is already so strong. Once you enter, your divine sense will undergo a transformation. If you can enter the 15th floor, can you go to Devil Fall Valley and ask my junior apprentice sister Yushan for help? Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Miss Yushan is a peerless genius of your heavenly demon island. She is very powerful. If even she is trapped in the Devil Fall Valley, I am afraid that I am powerless. Mo Fan's face was bitter, but he still took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhuowen, saying, Brother Zhuowen, this is the location of my junior sister. I also want to tell you that my junior sister has more Big Dipper demonic fire. Moreover, the Devil Fall Valley also has Big Dipper demonic fire. If you change your mind, you can go to the place marked on the jade slip. Zhuowen calmly kept the jade slip and said in a deep voice, Brother Mo, don't worry. If I really have the strength to spare, I will go to the Devil Fall Valley to take a look. Mo Fan heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, Brother Zhua, you should be planning to enter the 11th level. That Lu Guang Jian saved me and should be waiting for you in the main hall. This matter started because of me. Brother Zhuowen, follow behind me. After I deal with Lu Guang and the others, I will let you enter the main hall unimpeded. Zhuowen nodded silently and did not say anything. He silently followed behind Mo Fan. When the two of them arrived, not far from the main hall, Zhuowen's consciousness deliberately scanned the surroundings, but he did not find Yin Qiyu. Previously, he had clearly asked Yin Qiyu to cultivate nearby. Now, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Could something have happened? When Mo Fan and Zhuowen arrived at the main hall, many cultivators who were cultivating cross-legged around the main hall opened their eyes and looked at Mo Fan in surprise. Half a month ago, the news of Mo Fan being seriously injured and rescued had spread like wildfire. That Lu Guang had spent a lot of manpower and resources to search for Mo Fan and Zhuowen, but to no avail. Now that half a month had passed, these two people actually dared to take the initiative to come here. Were they planning to provoke that Lu Guang? Did you guys hear? Yesterday, Lord Lu Guang just took in a cultivation partner. Although that female cultivator's cultivation is not high, she is really beautiful. Really? Lord Lu Guang is a genius of the Demonic Pearl sect, one of the top 10 sections. It is that female cultivator's fortune to be chosen by him. Zhuowen's consciousness was powerful, so he immediately heard the conversation of the nearby cultivators. His gaze focused, and he had a bad premonition. He immediately rushed in front of the cultivator who was talking and asked in a deep voice, What is the name of Lu Guang's cultivation partner? The two cultivators looked at Zhuowen in surprise. However, when they felt the powerful consciousness on Zhuowen's body, their bodies trembled slightly, and they hurriedly said, I think her name is Yin Qiyu. She is indeed very beautiful. Where is Yin Qiyu now? Zhuowen asked murderously. In the main hall. Ever since she was taken away by Lord Lu Guang, Yin Qiyu has not come out. The two cultivators trembled as they spoke. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. With a kick of his right foot, he flew toward the main hall. Mo Fan also saw Zhuowen's strange behavior. Just as he was about to say something to stop Zhuowen, he had already reached the main hall's door. At this moment, the main hall's door was tightly shut. Apparently, Lu Guang and the others had closed it. It's you? Outside the door, two cultivators stood guard with their heads held high. They were two of the 5 cultivators who followed Lu Guang. The two of them immediately recognized Zhuowen. Without thinking, they took out their divine artifacts and attacked Zhuowen. Zhuowen took out the glorious purple galaxy sword in his right hand and slashed out. A purple moon and a glorious sun rose behind him at the same time. The 5th move of the Tao destroying sword technique, sun and moon attack. My consciousness. Not long after the two of them took out their divine artifacts, they were cut in half by the glorious purple galaxy sword. The divine artifacts that were flying in the air immediately fell, and the two cultivators' divine souls were also greatly affected. Slash. Chapter 2003. Exploding void pill. There was no one in the main hall. Yin Qiyu had been casually thrown on the ground, and the veil on her face had long been removed, revealing her beautiful face. At this moment, Yun Shiyu's entire body was bound, and she could not move at all. I've already given you one night to think about it. Have you made up your mind? Lu Guang sat in the front seat, his gaze burning as he looked at the graceful Yun Shiyu. As a genius of the Devil Pearl sect, Lu Guang had seen many beautiful female cultivators, but they all paled in comparison to Yun Shiyu. Once, when his divine consciousness accidentally probed Yun Shiyu's face, he was shocked. Yesterday, he kidnapped her and forced her to become his cultivation partner. Yun Shiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She did not expect Lu Guang to be so despicable as to kidnap her and force her to become his cultivation partner. I'm sorry, but I'm already someone else's cultivation partner, Yun Shiyu said calmly. Lu Guang grinned and said, so what? As long as you tell me who your cultivation partner is, I'll just kill him, and you can choose me as your cultivation partner. You. Yun Shiyu glared at Lu Guang angrily. You're so charming even when you're angry. I've decided that you're my woman. Lu Guang laughed loudly. However, his smile quickly stiffened, and the originally tightly shut door was suddenly blasted open. Zhuan slowly walked in and immediately saw Yun Shiyu, who was bound to the ground. He then looked at Lu Guang with murderous intent in his eyes. It's you. I didn't expect you to dare to come back. You're courting death. Lu Guang suddenly stood up, took out a giant axe, and swung it at Lu Guang. Zhuan stomped his right foot and retreated from the main hall. Yun Shiyu was still inside. If they were to fight here, it was inevitable that Yun Shiyu would be affected. Where do you think you're going? Die. Lu Guang snorted coldly and immediately chased after Zhuan. Under the control of his divine consciousness, the giant axe immediately swung at Zhuan. At the same time, the other three people in the main hall followed Lu Guang and took out their respective divine artifacts. Unfortunately, the moment the three of them came out, they were intercepted by Mo Fan. Mo Fan, you actually recovered so quickly? Lu Guang stared coldly at Mo Fan, who was blocking the three of them. Mo Fan completely ignored Lu Guang. With a wave of his right hand, he retrieved a demonic sword and slashed at the three people. In an instant, the three of them were suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. Lu Guang was unable to restrain his anger. He activated his divine consciousness and wanted to turn around to deal with Mo Fan. Unfortunately, Zhuan had already slashed out with his sword, fully displaying the characteristics of the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. Lu Guang's spiritual consciousness was indeed powerful, but under the glorious amethyst galaxy sword, it was just a slightly harder rope. Lu Guang did not care much about Zhuan. After all, Zhuan's aura was only at the peak of true God One disaster. His consciousness would definitely not be that strong. Hence, when facing Zhuan, he only threw the giant axe over and did not care much about it. Unfortunately, Lu Guang had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated Zhuan. The moment Lu Guang's spiritual consciousness was completely cut off by the glorious amethyst galaxy sword, Lu Guang felt a sharp pain in his spiritual soul. The giant axe that had been thrown out trembled and stopped moving forward. As for Zhuan, it was as though he had teleported. He swept to Lu Guang's side and slashed at his waist with the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. At that moment, a strong sense of danger rose in Lu Guang's mind. He roared, and the divine power in his body swelled and spread throughout his entire body. He wanted to take the blow head-on. Zhuan's speed was too fast. He could not react in time to block the attack, and could only take it head-on. Bang! The sword slashed down and landed on Lu Guang's waist. Then, blood splattered. Lu Guang's waist was cut off by a third, and the glorious amethyst galaxy sword was stuck. Inner armor? Zhuan looked at the dull inner armor on Lu Guang's waist, and his eyes narrowed. Originally, the sword was enough to kill Lu Guang. Unfortunately, the inner armor had blocked most of the power. You're going to die. Lu Guang felt a heart-wrenching pain and roared. His powerful spiritual consciousness gushed out, and the giant axe that had been stopped smashed at the back of Zhuan's head. Lu Guang held the glorious amethyst galaxy sword tightly to prevent Zhuan from escaping. Zhuan's eyes were indifferent. A golden light flashed out from between his eyebrows and quickly flew towards Lu Guang's forehead. At the same time, Zhuan summoned 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword. They turned into a terrifying vortex of killing intent and slammed into Lu Guang's chest. The speed of the soul assimilating divine needle was too fast. Moreover, Zhuan and Lu Guang were so close to each other that Lu Guang was completely caught off guard. The soul assimilating divine needle drilled into Lu Guang's spirit and began to wreak havoc within. Lu Guang screamed miserably. His spiritual soul was like an overturned river and was in a mess. At the same time, the 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword turned into a vortex of killing intent and slammed into Lu Guang's chest. Pucci! At this moment, Lu Guang's attention was focused on his sea of consciousness. How could he care about the vortex of killing intent that swept towards his chest? He was directly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. His sternum caved in, and he looked extremely ferocious. At the same time, Lu Guang's giant axe also swung over. Zhuan stomped his right foot and summoned the other 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword, blocking in front of him. Bang! The powerful force forced Zhuan to retreat repeatedly. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some internal injuries. Lu Guang was an expert who had reached the peak of the void sky. Although this place was special, the power of the void sky could not be underestimated. Moreover, the giant axe stuck to the No-beginning demonic gold sword embryos, and its power became stronger and stronger. In the end, it broke through the defense of the No-beginning demonic gold sword embryos and smashed into Zhuan's body. Pucci! Zhuan spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer held back. He immediately summoned the remaining 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword. The 36 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword transformed into a huge whirlpool of killing intent. It was extremely terrifying and swept up the giant axe. Zhuan fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Guang. This Lu Guang was not simple. Moreover, he was a genius disciple of the Devil Pearl sect. Since he had already offended him, he must be killed. When he thought up to here, Zhuan stomped his right foot, and the killing intent vortex formed from the 36 embryos of the No-beginning devil gold followed him like a shadow. On the other hand, Zhuan's glorious amethyst galaxy was ready to attack at any moment. You're dead. Lu Guang suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately took out a talisman and crushed it. Then, Lu Guang's injuries immediately recovered. His aura continued to rise and become more and more terrifying, like a giant beast that had been unsealed. He actually used the Void Explosion pill. This Lu Guang wants to kill this person. When Lu Guang's aura became more and more turbulent, many cultivators revealed a look of horror. The Void Explosion pill, as the name implied, was a medicinal pill that could stimulate the potential of a Void Sky Realm cultivator for a short period of time, allowing the user to obtain more powerful strength. The side effects of this medicinal pill were very big. After using it, the user would inevitably be weak for 3 months. Moreover, it would have a bad effect on their foundation, which would affect their future cultivation. Unless they were desperate, very few Void Sky Realm cultivators would use it. Moreover, the Void Explosion pill was very precious. Most of the people who could possess this kind of medicinal pill were cultivators from big forces. But now that Lu Guang had used it, it was obvious that he was forced into a desperate situation by Zhuan. Lu Guang's eyes were red. He was forced to use the Void Explosion pill. Moreover, his divine soul was stirred up and painful. Fortunately, his divine soul was strong enough to pull out the soul-absorbing God Needle in time. Die. Killing style 18 axis. Lu Guang was like an angry tiger, rushing towards Zhuan without any regard for his life. Zhuan put away the soul-absorbing God Needle. The killing intent whirlpool in front of him was not to be outdone. Bang! 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 The two of them collided heavily. The surrounding space became unstable and began to shake violently. Lu Guang brandished the giant axe again and again, vividly displaying the killing style 18 axes. A terrifying killing intent lingered around Lu Guang's body like a bloody mist, suppressing Zhuowen in one fell swoop. So strong, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Guang, who was crazily swinging the giant axe at him. His heart trembled. He didn't expect that Lu Guang, who used the Void Explosion Pill, would become so terrifying. This strength was close to the strength of a Void Sky Realm cultivator. Xiao He, have you refined the other 12 embryos of the No beginning Devil Gold Sword? Zhuowen quickly transmitted his voice. Almost, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's heart sank. Lu Guang's attack was too crazy, forcing Zhuowen to continuously retreat. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Guang's attack became stronger. Then, the killing intent whirlpool in front of Zhuowen was shattered, and the 36 embryos of the No beginning Devil Gold Sword were scattered. Die! Lu Guang's mouth was full of a sinister smile. His giant axe was like the wind, smashing towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He suddenly spread his torch dragon wings and immediately dodged the axe. You can't escape. Lu Guang sneered and chased after Zhuowen with his giant axe. Zhuowen ignored him and flew up into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 miles in an instant. Lu Guang didn't suspect anything and naturally followed closely behind. At this moment, everyone on the 10th floor was paying attention to the battle between Lu Guang and Zhuowen. Lu Guang was very famous on the 10th floor, and his strength was also in the upper echelons. Such a battle between experts naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Of course, they paid the most attention to Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was an unknown figure. Being able to force Lu Guang to such a state showed that he was extraordinary. After Mo Fan finished off the 3 cultivators, his gaze fell on the 2 people in the sky who were constantly chasing after each other. He followed without hesitation. Kid, you want to go through the lightning disaster? Xiao He suddenly asked. Yes. I don't believe that Lu Guang can withstand 10 stacked lightning disasters. After reaching a height of 10,000 miles, Zhuowen stopped and completely released his aura. In an instant, terrifying lightning gates appeared in the sky, with Zhuowen as the center. They formed a ring shape. Lu Guang had a sinister smile on his face. However, the moment he saw the 10 lightning gates that appeared around Zhuowen, his smile froze. He couldn't help but exclaim, 10 lightning gates, you actually stacked lightning disasters 10 times to go through it. Are you courting death? As he spoke, Lu Guang hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, Zhuowen spread his torch dragon wings and instantly flew to Lu Guang's side, bringing the 10 lightning gates with him. Chapter 2004. 10 Lightning Disasters, 10 Lightning Gates. Mo Fan stopped in midair and stared blankly at the ring-shaped lightning gates. His eyes were filled with shock. All the cultivators on the 10th floor were in an uproar. It was normal for a one-calamity true god to undergo a lightning disaster, but it was abnormal for a true god to undergo 10 lightning disasters at once. Since ancient times, no one had dared to accumulate 10 lightning disasters at once. This was because the might of 10 lightning calamities stacked on top of each other was truly too terrifying. Even a void sky expert might not necessarily be able to withstand it. Is this person crazy? Who would stack 10 lightning disasters at once to undergo a lightning disaster? No matter how terrifying a one-calamity true god is, he will be instantly killed by 10 lightning disasters. The uproar became more and more intense. Countless cultivators on the 10th floor were alarmed. Mo Fan sighed in his heart. He did not think that Zhuowen would be able to survive this lightning disaster. Even he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying lightning disaster. Whoosh! Mo Fan rushed into the main hall. With a wave of his sleeve, he released the shackles on Yin Chuyu. Mo Fan knew that the reason Zhuowen had rushed into the main hall so impulsively was probably because of this woman in front of him. When Mo Fan's gaze fell on Yin Chiyu's face, he was stunned. Yin Chiyu was indeed beautiful. How? His brother Zhuo. Yin Chiyu immediately ran out of the main hall and looked around. Mo Fan sighed softly and pointed at the 10 lightning gates in the sky. Brother Zhuo is in the lightning gates. What? Yin Chiyu's beautiful eyes stared at the 10 lightning gates. Her delicate body trembled. She also recognized that these were 10 lightning disasters. However, Yin Chiyu quickly regained her composure. She immediately found a place to sit cross-legged and waited silently. She recalled the scene of Zhuowen helping her survive 6 lightning disasters. She also recalled Zhuowen's heavenly thunder eye. She believed that Zhuowen would not die in this lightning disaster. Time passed slowly. The lightning disaster in the sky lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Terrifying black lightning would occasionally escape from the 10 lightning gates, causing the other cultivators to be in a sorry state. This also caused the area where the lightning disaster was located to become extremely spacious. Rumble. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the 10 lightning gates in the sky. Then, a wretched figure fell from the sky to the ground. Bang! Everyone's gazes converged and discovered that the descending figure was actually Lu Guang. At this moment, Lu Guang's entire body was in tatters and charred black. His eyes were unfocused and his aura was weak. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Guang was not far from death. 10 lightning calamities are indeed terrifying. Lu Guang is an existence who has reached the peak of the void sky realm, but he was actually beaten so badly by the lightning calamities. Everyone sighed one after another. They were extremely wary of the 10 lightning gates that had yet to disperse. Kacha! Suddenly, the 10 thunder gates shattered and countless strands of lightning scattered, forming countless black lines in the sky, like a woman's messy hair fluttering in the wind. There, a tall figure slowly walked out from the lightning arcs. There's someone else? That guy didn't die? The lightning gate collapsed. Many cultivators looked up at the sky and saw a figure surrounded by terrifying lightning. They all fell into a daze. Brother Zhuo, brother Mo Fan looked at the figure in shock. Yin Chiyu's beautiful eyes shone brightly. She believed that Zhuowen would definitely be fine. Bang! Zhuowen landed beside Lu Guang, who was motionless like a dead dog. Lu Guang seemed to have sensed something and raised his head with difficulty. He looked at Zhuowen's indifferent eyes and said bitterly, "The Devil Pearl sect will not let you go. Senior Brother Wei Shuo will not let you go either." "Oh, are you done with your nonsense? Since you're done, you can go on your way." As Zhuowen spoke, the glorious amethyst galaxy sword turned into a purple light and pierced into Lu Guang's glabella, completely destroying his divine soul. Lu Guang was very unwilling. If it were not for the lightning calamity, he would definitely be able to kill this person. Moreover, what made Lu Guang even more incredulous was that this person did not feel any pressure at all when passing the lightning calamity. This was because the heavenly thunder eye between this person's glabella could completely suppress the lightning of the lightning calamity. "I'm already a true god of 2 calamities." Zhuowen felt that the energy in his body had increased, and he was quite happy. After advancing to a true god of 2 calamities, he finally knew how big the gap between a true god of 2 calamities and a true god of 1 calamity was. After killing Lu Guang, Zhuowen put away Lu Guang's spirit ring and casually checked it. His eyes immediately lit up with passion. Lu Guang's spirit ring contained many materials, divine stones, and divine herbs. Most importantly, there were more than 50 disaster crystal cores in Lu Guang's spirit ring. Each disaster crystal core was comparable to the crystal core in Gallo's body that Zhuowen had obtained previously. Moreover, some of them were of a higher quality. With so many disaster crystal cores, it was enough to raise the cultivation level of Zhuowen's original body to a true god of 3 calamities. The disaster crystal cores were not very useful to void sky cultivators, but to true gods, they were simply cheating devices that could quickly raise their cultivation level. The disaster crystal cores were definitely an unimaginable fortune. Looks like Lu Guang is the same as Mo Fan. They both teleported back from the 10th level and above. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have so many disaster crystal cores, Zhuowen thought to himself. Zhuowen knew very well that there were very few mutated beasts in the 10th level and above. Zhuowen had already noticed this when he was passing through. In addition to what Mo Fan had said about the situation above the 10th level, Lu Guang's disaster crystal cores could only have been obtained from trial grounds above the 10th level. Brother Zhua, you're really amazing. You even passed through 10 stacked lightning calamities. I admire you. Mo Fan gave him a thumbs up. Many of the surrounding cultivators looked at Zhua, one with fear in their eyes. Most of the people present were void sky cultivators, so Zhuowen's true god of 2 calamities was not conspicuous in front of them. However, Zhuowen was able to kill Lu Guang, an expert who had reached the peak of void sky. It was obvious that this person was not simple. Of course, in the hearts of many cultivators, this person was able to kill a void sky cultivator mainly because he had the advantage of time, place, and people. In the outside world, they did not think that Zhuowen had the ability to kill a void sky cultivator. Big brother Zhua, are you all right? Zhuowen waved his hand and immediately introduced him to Yun Chuyu. Chuyu, this is brother Mo Fan, the eldest disciple of Heavenly Devil Island. Brother Mo, this is my friend. Her name is Yun Chuyu. Mo Fan hurriedly said, Greetings, junior sister Yun. Yun Chuyu bowed slightly, and her eyes dimmed slightly. Obviously, she was not particularly satisfied with the way Zhuowen had addressed her. Chuyu, take these 20 disaster crystal cores first. We still have a long time here. If you want to strengthen yourself, you must have these things. Zhuowen took out 20 disaster crystal cores and said with a smile. Yun Chuyu took the disaster crystal cores with a sweet smile on her face and softly acknowledged. Brother Mo, I'm going to enter the 11th floor. I'll leave Chuyu in your care. I hope that the previous incident will not happen again, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Mo Fan solemnly said, Brother Zhua, don't worry. With me here, I won't let junior sister Yin suffer. Zhuowen nodded and entered the main hall. He smashed the restriction on the door with a punch and stepped into the 11th floor. The golden ripples on the 11th floor's corridor were so dense that even Zhuowen was surprised. Zhuowen had been in the corridor for half a month. He had actually relied on the golden ripples to cultivate the celestial star meditation diagram to minor accomplishment. The starry sky of his spiritual space had finally given birth to a huge galaxy. This celestial star meditation diagram is extraordinary. The divine sense tempered by it is actually many times stronger than the divine sense cultivated by ordinary cultivation methods. Zhuowen stood up, his eyes flashing. He began to suspect that this celestial star meditation diagram was not a simple void heaven cultivation method. Moreover, Zhuowen knew that the 5 void heaven cultivation methods placed on the top floor of the scripture pavilion were specially arranged by Tai Ching. Zhuowen was quite grateful to Tai Ching for obtaining such a powerful cultivation method. At least Tai Ching kept his promise. The moment he entered the 11th floor, Zhuowen felt as if he had entered an ancient battlefield. This land was filled with smoke, broken walls, and mountains of corpses. Mo Fan said that above the 10th floor, there are dangers everywhere. If I want to rush to the next floor, I must have the courage to risk my life. Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he slowly walked around this battlefield. Roar! Suddenly, a low, beastly roar came from under his feet. Immediately, the soil under Zhuowen's feet cracked open, and a black shadow drilled out. Zhuowen took out the 36 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold sword and formed a vortex of killing intent around him. Bang! The black shadow was instantly penetrated by the vortex of killing intent. With a wail, it crashed heavily into the ground not far away. Only then did Zhuowen notice that the shadow's true appearance was that of a pangolin with a blade on its back. At this moment, the pangolin's body was penetrated by the vortex of killing intent. Blood splattered everywhere as it lost all signs of life. Zhuowen came to the side of the pangolin and used the glorious purple galaxy divine sword to cut open the pangolin's belly and took out the calamity crystal nucleus. Roar, roar, roar. After Zhuowen removed the calamity crystal core of the pangolin, a series of roars came from underground. The roars were filled with mournful meaning. Boom, boom. Then, with Zhuowen as the center, the land within a radius of 100 li began to rise and fall like terrifying waves. Whoosh, whoosh. Black shadows emerged from below and instantly filled the space where Zhuowen was. They were so dense that they were like dark clouds, blocking his vision. That newcomer is finished. He didn't even know the rules of the 11th floor and killed a bladed beast. These are exotic beasts that live in groups. Once one of them is killed, it will attract an endless amount of bladed beasts. On a high slope 1,000 meters away from Zhuowen, two women watched this scene quietly and shook their heads. Originally, they planned to stop Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's actions were too fast. Before they could warn him, he had already killed the bladed beast. Now, they naturally didn't dare to make a sound. Once they did, they would attract the attention of the bladed beast horde. At that time, the two of them would suffer a calamity. Suddenly, the younger woman exclaimed, "Big Sister Exan, look." That newcomer doesn't seem to be affected at all. The mature and charming Big Sister Exion's beautiful eyes fell on the bladed beast horde, and she was stunned. In the middle of the beast horde, the newcomer was surrounded by black gold swords. These small black gold swords transformed into terrifying whirlpools of killing intent. Wherever they passed, the piercing beasts fell like rain. Is this guy really a newcomer? He's already so strong after just entering the 11th floor? Big Sister Xian was shocked. Chapter 2005. Tower of Babylon expressionlessly looked at the scattered bladed beasts, then slowly took out the calamity crystal cores from the corpses of the surrounding bladed beasts. Big Sister Xian, should we go up? There's so many bladed beasts. How many calamity crystal cores are there? The younger woman's eyes lit up. The charming woman called Big Sister Xian shook her head and said, "Little Bai, let's not act rashly. This newcomer is too strong. If we are discovered, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end well. Let's retreat." After saying that, the charming woman quietly retreated with Little Bai. "You two have been here for a long time. Are you planning to leave just like that? Aren't you going to tell me about the situation here?" An indifferent voice sounded, causing the two women to tremble. Then Big Sister Xian immediately pulled out her long blade and slashed behind her. The black-clothed Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and caught the long blade. Then, with a pinch, he threw it to the side. The two women in front of him weren't very strong. Even on the 10th floor, they were considered ordinary. This kind of attack was really insignificant to Zhuowen. Big Sister Xian's beautiful face turned pale, while Little Bai hid behind her, not daring to come out. "Don't be so afraid. You saw it too. There are too many mutant beast corpses. I can't handle it alone. Help me take out the calamity crystal cores." After saying that, Zhuowen slowly walked past Big Sister Xian. Big Sister Xian was stunned on the spot, hesitating. "Big Sister Xian, this person wants us to help him get the calamity crystal cores." Little Bai quietly asked. Big Sister Xian frowned and said, "Follow him." The two women followed behind Zhuowen and silently collected the calamity crystal cores. During this time, the three of them were silent. 3 hours later, the three of them finally finished collecting all the calamity crystal cores. Zhuowen counted and found that he had collected 500 calamity crystal cores. However, the quality of these calamity crystal cores was much worse than the calamity crystal cores he obtained from Lu Guang's spirit ring. This should be related to the mutant beast strength. After all, the bladed beasts weren't very strong. They relied on their numbers to attack their enemies. Big Sister Xian and Little Bai obediently handed over the calamity crystal nucleus to Zhuowen, not daring to take it for themselves. Zhuowen took the storage bag and immediately took out 40 disaster crystal cores from it and handed them to the two women, saying, "Take these as a reward for helping me collect the disaster crystal cores." The two women obviously didn't expect that Zhuan would give them a reward and were at a loss for a while. After receiving it, the two women's beautiful eyes lit up with joy, and they hurriedly thanked Zhuan. Are you also participating in the Grand Interstellar Tournament? Zhuan asked. During this period of time, Zhuan also learned the names of the two women. The charming woman was called Chu Exine, and the younger one was called by Chui. The two women shook their heads. Chu Exine said, "We're loose cultivators from Zhongyu. We came here to seek opportunities and increase our strength. However, we're not strong enough, so we're stuck at the 11th level. You should be a newcomer participating in the Grand Interstellar Tournament, right? It's the first time I've seen a newcomer as strong as you. Not only did you not fear the bladed beasts, but you also killed them all." Zhuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Then, do you two know where to go to the 12th level?" Chu Xian said, "Naturally. Big brother Zhua, come with us. I'll take you there." After saying that, the group of three disappeared on the spot. The 11th level was indeed much more dangerous than the 10th level. Along the way, Zhuan encountered too many strange beasts. However, Zhuan relied on his powerful divine sense to avoid most of them. Those that couldn't avoid Zhuan were killed by him. After Zhuan's soul transformed into a nebula, his divine sense became even more powerful. The range of his divine sense in this place reached 5,000 meters, which was definitely a terrifying number. Chu Xian and Bai Chui were shocked by Zhuan's strength and powerful divine sense along the way. If it weren't for Zhuan, the two of them might not have been able to avoid danger. Soon, the three of them stopped at a huge basin. In the middle of the basin, there was a huge black tower that reached the sky. Zhuan's divine sense had a range of 5,000 meters, but his divine sense couldn't find the end of the black tower. Many cultivators were gathered at the bottom of the basin. Zhuan even saw a crude market there. Many cultivators were haggling over prices in the market. This is the heaven-reaching tower. It only appears on the 11th level because this tower directly leads to the 18th level. As long as your divine sense is strong enough, you can go through this heaven-reaching tower and directly reach the 18th level. Chu Exine explained. The 18th level? Someone went through this heaven-reaching tower and directly reached the 18th level? Zhuan said in surprise. Chu Exine shook her head and said, "No, but some time ago, a genius climbed from the 11th level and directly reached the 17th level. This shocked all the cultivators in the vicinity of the heaven-reaching tower. This person is said to be Tong Chi Mei, the genius of the Northern Yu Half Moon Hall. She is very young and definitely hasn't cultivated for more than 1,000 years. But to be able to reach the 17th level in one go, even I admire her from the bottom of my heart." Zhuan was also shocked by Tong Chi Mei's strength. The trial ground had an age limit. Once one was over 3,000 years old, they weren't allowed to enter. Therefore, those who could enter the trial ground were mostly young, unlike those old fellows who had cultivated for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. This also made it difficult for these young cultivators to reach the higher levels of the trial ground. But there were also monstrous geniuses among them, and Tong Chi Mei was one of them. Zhuan's divine sense was indeed stronger than most of the cultivators in the trial ground. But if he had to pass through this heaven-reaching tower and reach the 17th level in one go, he wouldn't be able to do it. "Let's go in and take a look," Zhuan said. Chu Xian was a little embarrassed. She shook her head and said, "Big brother Zhua, you should go in. Little Bai and I can't go in yet." Zhuan was startled and said, "What's wrong?" Chu Xian shook her head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. You go in first. As long as you pay a certain amount of calamity crystal nuclei, you can enter the heaven-reaching tower. As long as you can pass through the heaven-reaching tower and enter the next level, you'll have the opportunity to cultivate on that level until you feel that you have the strength to attack the next level. Then you can continue to move forward. However, Big brother Zhua, you have to be careful of Shueli in the heaven-reaching tower. That Shueli likes to use his strength to bully the weak. Generally, Shweli will make things difficult for cultivators below the Void Sky realm. You'd better go in and show your strength. Although Chu Xion's behavior was a little strange, Zhuowen could only nod his head. After bidding farewell to the two women, he entered the basin. Big Sister Xian, this newcomer is very strong. Why don't you ask him for help? I think if it's Big Brother Zhua, he should be able to help you. Bai Chui said in a deep voice. Chu Xian shook her head and said, Shweli is very strong. Moreover, Big Brother Zhua and we just met. I can't ask him to help us deal with Shweli. Bai Chui nodded slightly and said, then let's leave this basin. Otherwise, if we were discovered by Shweli, it would be terrible. Zhuowen looked at Chu Xian and Bai Chui disappearing outside the basin and narrowed his eyes. With his powerful divine sense, he naturally heard the conversation between the two women. Passing through the basin, Zhuowen looked around at the market square and found that the market square here was quite lively. Moreover, the market square here also used calamity crystal nuclei as the currency. Zhuowen didn't pay much attention to the market square here. Instead, he went straight to the bottom of the heaven-reaching tower. There weren't many cultivators coming and going in the heaven-reaching tower, which made Zhuowen feel very strange. Moreover, Zhuowen also found that when he came to the door, many cultivators passing by looked surprised and strange, even mixed with a trace of pity. A newcomer? Want to enter the heaven-reaching tower? A cultivator lazily leaned against the door and spread out his hand to Zhuowen and said, the price of the heaven-reaching tower was originally 100 calamity crystal nuclei. You are a newcomer, so you have to increase it by 10 times. Hand it over. You're dead. If you don't take out 10,000 calamity crystal nuclei now, you'll be a dead man in the next moment. The cultivator's words had just fallen when an even more lazy voice came. Huh, what's that? The cultivator's eyes fell on the thunderfire sword floating beside Zhuowen. On the hilt of the sword sat Xiao He lazily. Slap your mouth. Impudent. You actually dare to say what this dragon master is? Xiao He said shamelessly. Zhuowen smiled in his heart. He stretched out his right hand and slapped the cultivator's face, knocking him to the ground. 1,000 calamity crystal nuclei Zhuowen couldn't take out even now. This was clearly a scam. Since Little Black had taken the initiative to come out, it was obvious that Little Black wanted to help him vent his anger. Therefore, Zhuowen followed Little Black's instructions. Ouch, you dare to hit me? You're dead. You're finished. The cultivator covered his face and immediately took out his divine tool to attack Zhuowen. Ouch, you can't even hand over 10,000 calamity crystal nuclei. Today, this Dragon Master will teach you how to be a proper person. Xiao He sneered and immediately summoned the extreme fire sword. In an instant, it stood on the cultivator's divine tool and actually sent him flying. Then, the thunderfire sword pierced the cultivator's forehead and destroyed his divine soul. Plop! The cultivator fell to the ground, completely dead. The surrounding people collectively quieted down and looked at the man and the sword at the door in disbelief. Zhuowen's eyes gradually turned cold. Chu Xian was right. This Xue Li and his subordinates were people who used their strength to bully the weak. At the same time, they occupied Tong Tian Tower to steal the calamity crystal nuclei from other people's hands. Zhuowen was most unhappy with this kind of people. Before entering Tong Tian Tower, it seemed that he had to clean up the interior of Tong Tian Tower. Bang! 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 When Zhuowen and Xiao He entered the bottom of Tong Tian Tower, waves of miserable screams came from inside. The cultivators outside looked on in fear, but no one dared to enter. Shweli was a powerhouse who had ascended the void sky. Moreover, his divine sense had reached more than 2,000 meters, which was enough to dominate the 11th floor. Moreover, Shweli was very good at handling people. When he met powerful cultivators, he would be respectful like a grandson. As for those cultivators with trashy strength, he would usually treat them as trash. As the saying goes, if there's a master, there must be a dog. Since the master was like this, Shweli's subordinates were naturally not much better. However, Many cultivators on the 11th floor were angry with Shweli, but didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 2006. The Mighty Dragon Lord, it's Shweli. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man nailed to the ground by the sword, causing an uproar. Bang! 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 At the same time, figures were thrown out of the Tower of Babel. They were all Shweli's subordinates. Although they didn't die, their dantians were crushed by Zhuoan. If they wanted to recover, they would have to pay a high price. You! Who are you? Shweli was shocked and angry at the same time. Xiao He sat on the sword's hilt, crossing his legs. He glanced at Shweli and said happily, "You don't even know this Dragon Lord's name? What a country bumpkin." Shweli's eyes narrowed. He stared at Xiao He with fear and said in a low voice, "Who are you? You don't even know our Dragon Lord? You're so ignorant. Listen carefully. Our Dragon Lord is a noble member of the Dragon Clan. His strength is monstrous. How can a mortal like you understand?" The blood immortal sword appeared beside Xiao He and said arrogantly. His tone was as if he was superior and they were all mortals. The blood immortal's tone was very arrogant, which scared many cultivators around. Even Shweli was stunned. The Dragon Clan was famous in the starry sky. They were one of the strongest clans in the starry sky. Whether it was bloodline or strength, they were far superior to the human clan. Although there were dragons in the heavenly armor continent, they weren't real dragons. They were just powerful primordial beasts. There was a big difference between them and the real Dragon Clan. In contrast to Devour, the Dragon Clan had a good reputation in the eight heavens. The Dragon Clan represented nobility and strength. Many cultivators even worshipped them. Now, the weapon spirit of the blood immortal sword said that Xiao He was a noble member of the Dragon Clan. This made many cultivators suspicious. The Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan hasn't appeared in the Heaven Realm for a long time. Could it really be the Dragon Clan? It's not possible. It's just Xiao He. How does it look like a Dragon Clan? Lower your voice. This artifact spirit is not to be trifled with. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding cultivators. Even Shweli sneered and said, "Dragon Clan? That's a high and mighty noble race. Do you think it's possible for you to do that? Little blood disciple, slap him 50 times. Xiao He said calmly. The blood immortal let out a flattering laugh and immediately slapped Shweli in the face. She didn't hold back at all. How dare you question Master Dragon? Now, Master Dragon will show you my dragon aura. Blood immortal said arrogantly. Swish, swish. In an instant, numerous gazes landed on Xiao He, who was seated on the sword hilt. Many of the surrounding cultivators began to stir. It had been a long time since the Dragon Clan had appeared in the Heaven Domain. These cultivators had only heard of the existence of the Dragon Clan in legends. Although Xiao He didn't look like a Dragon Clan member, they still hoped that Xiao He could really show off his dragon aura. Facing the gazes, Xiao He stood proudly. His little tail was wagging around unconsciously, and he looked like he was lonely at the top. Dragon aura? Oomph. Xiao He sneered disdainfully. Could it be that this guy is really a Dragon Clan member? His aura is quite extraordinary. Everyone was shocked. They stared at Xiao He, and they were surprised and doubtful. What's a mere dragon aura? Master Dragon will show his true form and let you all worship him. Xiao He sneered again. His acting was as real as possible. He's going to show his true form? This guy is serious. Maybe we really misunderstood him. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Even Shweli, who was nailed to the ground by the Thunderfire sword, was surprised and doubtful. He was obviously stunned by Xiao He's aura. Master Dragon is mighty. His divine power is boundless. He is invincible and undefeatable. True gods and void gods are all trash. The blood immortal was a bootlicker. When Xiao He was about to show off, she immediately flattered him shamelessly. Xiao He took a deep breath and suddenly jumped up. An earth-shaking dragon roar suddenly resounded and spread across the entire sky. Everyone was shocked. This dragon roar was extremely powerful and deafening. It completely stunned everyone present. Then, Xiao He jumped up and turned into a black dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The black dragon had 3 pairs of dragon wings on its back. Its black and cold dragon scales were shining and reflecting a ferocious white light. A terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down. This pressure didn't have any real power, but it made all the cultivators feel as if they were facing a powerful superior. It was as if the huge black dragon floating in the sky was a supreme existence. This was the suppression of bloodline. It's actually the dragon clan. I didn't see it wrong. This dragon's aura is really powerful. Instantly, countless cultivators in the surroundings showed excitement and reverence. They raised their heads and looked at the huge black dragon that was hovering in the sky. How is this possible? Shueli spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with fear. The black-clothed Zhuowen silently stood at the entrance of the heaven-reaching tower. He looked at Xiao He, who was still showing off, and sighed in his heart. This terrifying pressure wasn't released by Xiao He. It was released by the black-clothed Zhuowen. After all, Devour was a powerful race in the starry sky. It was an existence that wasn't weaker than the Dragon Clan. Its pressure was enough to intimidate all the cultivators. The reason why Xiao He did this was mainly to intimidate the cultivators on the 11th floor. These cultivators couldn't advance any further and didn't want to return to the 10th floor. That was why they gathered near the heaven-reaching tower. Shueli being defeated by Zhuowen would inevitably cause these cultivators to crazily rush into the heaven-reaching tower. At that time, the situation would be difficult to control. Xiao He proposed this rotten idea. He wanted to use the gimmick of the Dragon Clan to intimidate everyone. I don't know if Xiao He's idea is good or bad. Zhuowen rubbed his head and said helplessly. The black dragon disappeared and turned back into Xiao He. The terrifying pressure also receded like the tide. Xiao He crossed his legs and sat on the sword hilt. He said to the surrounding cultivators, "Since you know that this dragon lord is from the Dragon Clan, don't you want to take out something to show your respect to this dragon lord? Of course, this dragon lord only needs refining materials. This dragon lord doesn't need anything else. I have black flame crystals here. I have red-white flashing rocks. I have..." Instantly, all the cultivators eagerly offered up all the refining materials they had on them. Xiao He didn't reject any of them. He put all the refining materials into his spirit ring and let the blood immortal keep them. Not bad, not bad. This dragon lord is very happy that you're able to give me so many materials. Xiao He said with satisfaction, "My lord, I heard that the Dragon Clan has a powerful talent called Rain from the Heavens. It is said that the rain from the heavens can remove the impurities and hidden diseases in a cultivator's body. It can also make a cultivator's aptitude close to perfection." Suddenly, an excited voice came from the crowd. Then, it received everyone's approval. "That's right. I've also heard that the dragon race has the innate ability of rain from the heavens. A long time ago, a great dragon god once sent down this kind of rain from the 8 heavens. Many cultivators were blessed by it." Cheers came from the crowd. Rain from the heavens? What is that?" Xiao He murmured. He looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, his voice was soft, so the people around him didn't hear it clearly. "Lord Dragon God, please give us rain from the heavens." Everyone was excited. They all knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. They even called him Lord Dragon God. "Dragon Lord, it seems like we've gone too far." The blood immortal's legs were shaking. She whispered to Xiao He. Xiao He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He looked down at the fanatical crowd and knew that he had gone too far this time. "Everyone calm down. This dragon lord will use rain from the heavens immediately. You all wait outside. I need to prepare in the Tower of Babel." With that, Xiao He ran into the Tower of Babel as if he was escaping. Xiao He quickly sent a message to Zhuowen. "Kid, hurry up and enter the Tower of Babel. We can't stay here. Otherwise, we will be beaten up." Zhuowen looked at Xiao He speechlessly and sighed. He knew that this guy was extremely unreliable. Now that he had failed to show off, he could only run away. Thinking of this, Zhuowen came to the center of the tower. There was a flight of stairs there. The flight of stairs looked transparent, but it could be felt. Zhuowen put away the thunder fire sword and stepped on the stairs. Then, a strong pressure hit him. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's divine sense was much stronger than the pressure of the stairs. He climbed up the stairs step by step. Moreover, Zhuowen realized that every time he climbed up a flight of stairs, he felt as if he had climbed 1,000 meters. After 10 flights of stairs, the hall at the bottom of the tower could no longer be seen. Xiaohe said slowly, "The cultivators who enter the Tower of Babel will be assigned an independent space. So, after you climb up the Tower of Babel, you won't meet anyone else. You also don't have to be afraid of those people chasing after us." Zhuowen rolled his eyes fiercely. Most of the time, this fellow was incapable of accomplishing anything and was good at ruining things. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. As he climbed up the stairs step by step, Zhuowen found that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, this pressure was specifically targeted at his divine sense. Zhuowen's divine sense was too strong, so this pressure was nothing in his eyes. After walking for about half a day, Zhuowen took a step forward. A thunderous sound came from his feet, and then Zhuowen stepped out of the stairs. Zhuowen looked around and found that he was still in the same hall. However, the hall was empty. In the center of the hall, there was still a flight of stairs leading up. Continue to go up. Zhuowen continued to step out and climbed up the stairs. The pressure on this flight of stairs was much stronger than the pressure on the 11th floor. After a while, Zhuowen climbed up to the 13th floor. Moreover, Zhuowen found that his divine sense also grew stronger as he climbed up the stairs. When he reached the 15th floor, Zhuowen finally felt the pressure. He stood on the stairs leading to the 16th floor, and his eyes flickered. Maybe I should go to Devil Fall Valley. Moreover, the 15th floor is already the limit of my divine sense. Chapter 2007. Tower of Hanno. I've heard from MO Fan that Devil Fall Valley is very dangerous. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to go there now. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't rush out immediately, but sat cross-legged in the hall. He had quite a number of calamity crystal cores with him, and it was enough for him to improve his strength. He planned to improve his strength first. His main body, Zhuowen, didn't plan to continue cultivating. His main focus was on the black-clothed Zhuowen. After all, if his main body wanted to be strong, he had to advance to the Void Heaven Realm. The calamity crystal cores on him couldn't help him advance to the Void Heaven Realm. As for the black-clothed Zhuowen, as long as he passed through 20 thunder disasters, he would be able to become real God Ji-Lei. By then, Zhuowen's power would increase tremendously. Hence, Jin Wushuang planned to raise the black-clothed Zhuowen's cultivation level to real God Ji-Lei first. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen, as well as a small mountain of calamity crystal cores. On the 10th floor, Zhuowen had obtained some calamity crystals from Lu Guang and the others. Later on the 11th floor, he had killed a large number of blade-piercing beasts and caused a ruckus at the bottom of Tong Tian Tower with Shui Li and the others. Hence, the number of calamity crystal cores on him had reached more than 1,000 pieces. It was quite a number. The white-clothed Zhuowen silently watched the black-clothed Zhuowen cultivate. Then he closed his eyes. He had just advanced to real God 2 disasters, and he needed to consolidate his realm. In the boundless starry sky, there were 3 enormous gemstone needles. The 3 gemstone needles were crystal clear and connected the heavens and the earth. They had a breathtaking beauty. On one of the gemstone needles, there were 64 gilded discs stacked from bottom to top. The gilded discs illuminated the surroundings. In the middle of the 3 gemstone needles, there was a huge triangular region. There were many buildings in the region. The buildings were strange. Their roofs were round, and there were sharp needles in the middle of the roofs. They were milky white and looked clean and tidy. At that moment, the triangular region was bustling with people. This is the Tower of Hanno, right? It is a miraculous building created by Lord Brahma. It is said that this building foretells the origin and destruction of the world. Ling Yunji stood in the middle of the square, looking up at the majestic Tower of Hanoi. This Tower of Hanoi is indeed mysterious. Back then, only the talented Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch managed to solve the mystery of the Tower of Hanoi, and then open the entrance to the Tower of Hanoi and entered it. Hee. That purple Myrtle Star Monarch was too ambitious. He actually wanted to create 3 realms on his own. In the end, he was annihilated in the 20th calamity. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have already become a giant of the great Brahma domain. Yu Yewei said sarcastically. Ling Yunji, Mara, and Yu Yewei, the 3 sect masters of the Eastern Universe, had brought their disciples to the Central Universe to wait for the opening of the Trial Grounds exit. It wasn't just the 3 great sects. The sect masters of the 8 great sects in the star field had all come. In addition, some other forces with strong foundations had also come to observe. Most people's gazes fell on the Tower of Hanoi. Although the Tower of Hanoi had 64 floors, it was now covered in light screens. But now, the Tower of Hanoi was divided into 18 light screens. From bottom to top, each light screen had blue dots, and the lowest layer had the most blue dots. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. From the bottom to the top, the blue dots became more and more sparse. There was only 1 blue dot on the 17th floor and none on the 18th floor. Everyone knew that the blue dots represented the number of cultivators in the trial grounds. The first floor had the most people, so densely packed that it was impossible to count. However, the 17th floor attracted the most attention. Because there was only 1 dot on the 17th floor, it meant that there was only 1 cultivator on the 17th floor. As for who this cultivator was, it wasn't displayed, so they could only rely on the cultivators outside to guess. Who is this genius? To be able to surpass everyone and reach the 17th floor so quickly? Mara frowned and murmured in a low voice. Their heavenly Devil Island's strongest disciple was Yushan, and he was extremely familiar with Yushan's strength. Although Yushan had the chance to reach the 17th floor, it definitely wouldn't be so fast. Ling Yunji and Yu Yewei had the same thoughts. They also didn't think that Ling Zhua and Yu Tanjing would reach the 17th floor so quickly. I heard that the Half Moon Hall has a powerful rising star. He hasn't cultivated for more than 1,000 years, but his cultivation has already reached the realm of chaotic space 4 times. Could it be that the one who reached the 17th floor is that rising star from the Half Moon Hall? Mara suddenly spoke. I've also heard that this rising star is called Tong Chimei. She's a personal disciple personally taught by the Half Moon Hall's palace master, Waning Moon, Ling Yunji replied. As they spoke, the 3 of them couldn't help but look to the other side. There, 8 maidservants stepped through the starry sky, carrying a palanquin that slowly landed around the Tower of Hanoi. On the palanquin that was decorated with a light veil, a graceful figure casually lifted her long hair. Under the veil, it was faintly discernible and looked extremely alluring. Looks like the Half Moon Hall's palace master is also here. Mara, Ling Yunji, and Yu Yewei looked at the beautiful figure on the palanquin with fear. The Half Moon Hall's foundation was very strong. Among the 10 major sects, it was far ahead of the other 9 major sects. It was fully deserving of the title of number 1 sect. Therefore, the geniuses cultivated by the Half Moon Hall were usually able to suppress the other 9 major sects. This time was no exception. Palace Master Waning Moon, long time no see. You're still as charming as before. A charming voice sounded. Then, an enchanting young woman dressed in a black robe landed near the palanquin with a pair of black-armored cultivators. Mara's gaze was gloomy as he stared coldly at the enchanting young woman. Ling Yunji and Yu Yewei obediently shut their mouths. The 2 of them naturally recognized the enchanting young woman's identity. This enchanting young woman was called Yang Muchio. She was the sect master of the Demonic Pearl sect. Back then, Yang Muchio and Mara were Daoist companions. Unfortunately, Yang Muchio's intentions were not pure. She became Daoist companions with Mara only because she wanted to steal the demonic book from the Heavenly Demon Island. Later, the 2 demonic sects fought because of this. Both sides suffered heavy losses and formed a deadly feud. So it's Sect Master Yang, Long time no see indeed. Waning Moon's voice was languid, but there was a trace of nobility in it. Young Mucho smiled and warmly chatted with Waning Moon. As for Mara, she naturally noticed him, but she pretended not to see him. In addition, the other 5 sect masters of the 10 major sects were also gathered in this triangular area. These 5 sects were the Heaven and Earth sect, Void Peak, Chi, Refinement Sword sect, White Jade Building, and Flower Butterfly Valley. I'm afraid that only Tong Chi Mei from your Half Moon Hall can reach the 17th level in such a short time, right? Yang Mucho smiled and asked probingly. Waning Moon did not evade and said indifferently, if Chi Mei is given enough time, she can also pass the 18th level. Yang Mucho's beautiful eyes flickered. She smiled and did not say anything. In her heart, she had already confirmed that the blue light spot on the 17th level was indeed Tong Chi Mei from the Half Moon Hall. Zhuowen cultivated in the hall for half a year and finally absorbed all the calamity crystal cores. The black-clothed Zhuowen's lightning calamity also descended 10 times. However, they were all devoured by Zhuowen's heavenly thunder eye and turned into heavenly lightning. Currently, Zhuowen had a lot of heavenly lightning on him. He had a total of 150 streaks of lightning. If he released all 150 streaks of lightning, the power would be absolutely terrifying. Ordinary Void Sky experts would die without a doubt. So many calamity crystal cores, but it only allowed Devour to pass through 10 lightning calamities. It seems that the more lightning calamities one passes, the more calamity crystal cores are needed, Zhuowen muttered helplessly. Up until now, the black-clothed Zhuowen had passed through 15 lightning calamities. Moreover, the 15th lightning calamity had made even Zhuowen feel a trace of pressure. Originally, Zhuowen thought that he could rely on the calamity crystal cores to pass through 20 lightning calamities. It seemed that he had thought too much. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that if he wanted to pass through the next lightning calamity, the number of calamity crystal cores he needed would definitely be several times more than before. However, it was not without benefits. After passing through 15 lightning calamities, the black-clothed Zhuowen's strength had increased by more than just a little. Let's go to the 15th level's Devil Fall Valley to take a look. Standing up, Zhuowen slowly left the hall and walked out of the entrance. The environment outside the Tower of Hanno was not much different from the 11th floor. It was also an uninhabited battlefield. The surroundings emitted a desolate and ancient aura. Chapter 2008. Weishu of the 15th floor was much more dangerous than the 11th floor. As soon as Zhuowen exited, he discovered that the surrounding area was filled with strange beasts. Zhuowen was familiar with the gallows and blade-piercing beasts. If he wasn't careful, he might be targeted by these strange beasts. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was much stronger. Originally, when he entered the 11th floor, his spiritual space had formed a galaxy. Now that he had entered the 15th floor, his spiritual space had undergone another transformation, giving birth to 2 galaxies. His divine sense had become even more powerful. Although the 15th floor was much more dangerous, Zhuowen relied on his powerful divine sense to avoid the nearby dangers in advance. Zhuowen even sensed other cultivators on the 15th floor within the range of his divine sense. These cultivators were also very strong, but they didn't notice Zhuowen's divine sense probing. Devilfall Valley was located in the deepest part of the 15th floor. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. Is this Devilfall Valley? Zhuowen stood outside Devilfall Valley, looking at the incomparably huge valley in front of him with vigilance. The Devilfall Valley's demonic chi was very dense. The entire Devilfall Valley was shrouded in demonic chi, gloomy and terrifying. Brother, are you also planning to enter Devilfall Valley? A calm voice sounded from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and saw a scholarly man standing quietly, looking at him with a smile. Behind the scholarly man were 2 women. These 2 female cultivators were good-looking and had enchanting figures. At first glance, one would have improper thoughts. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes, but I'm not too familiar with Devilfall Valley. I don't know how to enter." The scholarly man's expression softened, and he said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Brother, come with me. I know the entrance to Devilfall Valley. Moreover, the calamity crystals in this valley are much more abundant than the outside world. Once you enter Devilfall Valley, you won't be disappointed." Zhuowen frowned. Although the scholarly man didn't reveal his aura, Zhuowen could feel that this person wasn't ordinary. For such a figure to invite him so warmly, there must be something behind it. "I am Wei Shuo of the Devil Pearl sect. I hope you can give me some face," the scholarly man said with a faint smile. Zhuowen originally intended to refuse, but after this person said his name, Zhuowen slowly narrowed his eyes and sized up the elegant man in front of him. Previously, when he had killed Lu Guang of the Devil Pearl sect on the 10th floor, Lu Guang seemed to have mentioned the name Wei Shuo, and this Wei Shuo was the strongest genius of the Devil Pearl sect. Furthermore, that Wei Shuo was also the indirect culprit behind the imprisonment of Heavenly Devil Islands, Yushan, in Devilfall Valley. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen said solemnly, "I am Zhuowen." Zhuowen glanced at the two female cultivators beside Wei Shuo. Only now did he notice that there wasn't the slightest hint of intelligence in their beautiful eyes. Their bodies were filled with dense devil qi, as if they were walking corpses. "Devil puppets?" Zhuowen said in his heart. Zhuowen had heard of devil puppets from Mo Fan before. It was said that they were a type of puppet that used devil qi to forcibly refine a living person into a mindless puppet, equivalent to a living corpse. The cultivators of Heavenly Devil Island were not bad. Basically, they didn't know how to refine devil puppets. After all, this secret technique was simply too vicious. However, Heavenly Devil Island's enemy, the Devil Pearl sect, was very popular with this kind of vicious secret technique. However, the success rate of this technique was very low. Even the Devil Pearl sect didn't have many devil puppets. This Wei Shuo alone had 2 devil puppets. It was clear that the Devil Pearl sect valued him greatly. "So, it's little brother Zhua. I believe that little brother Zhua came to Devilfall Valley for the place where that devil Dao expert died, right?" Wei Shuo didn't mind Zhuowen's strange gaze at devil puppets and laughed. "Could it be that Brother Wei knows where that devil Dao expert is?" Zhuowen said with a hint of sarcasm. If Wei Shuo knew, why would he come out and tell an outsider like him? Wei Shuo smiled faintly and said, "You're right. I do know where the devil Dao expert fell, but I can't enter that place by myself. I need to find a cultivator whose strength is similar to mine. Only by working together can we break the restriction and enter." Zhuowen sneered. "Brother Wei, I'm just a true god of 2 disasters. The gap between you and me isn't small. Do you think I can help?" Wei Shuo smiled. "Brother Zhua, you're too modest. Those who can enter the 15th level and reach the outskirts of Devilfall Valley aren't simple people. Moreover, I see that Brother Zhua's body is spotless. There aren't any traces of battle. It's obvious that you didn't encounter any strange beasts on your way to Devilfall Valley. Or rather, you perfectly avoided all the strange beasts along the way. And to be able to do this, your divine sense must be far more powerful than we can imagine. Brother Zhua, do you agree with what I said?" Zhuowen looked deeply at Wei Shuo. This person was very scheming and had amazing observation skills. He was able to deduce Zhuowen's divine sense just by looking at Zhuowen's condition. He really wasn't simple. However, Zhuowen was very suspicious of Wei Shuo's intentions. He had heard from Mo Fan that the supreme expert of the Devil Dao who had fallen in Devilfall Valley was very powerful, and his inheritance was a precious treasure that countless cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. However, Devilfall Valley had stood on the 15th level for countless years. No one had ever obtained the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert. Most of them died or were injured. However, Zhuowen still decided to follow Wei Shuo into Devilfall Valley. Although the jade slip that Mo Fan had given him had indicated Yushan's location, that was within the Devilfall Valley. Now, that Zhuo could not even find the entrance to the Devil Fall Valley. How was he going to enter and find Yushan? If it weren't for Yushan's Big Dipper demonic fire, Zhuo wouldn't have bothered to waste his time here. Brother Wei's observation skills are very meticulous. I admire you. If what Brother Wei said is true, then you can find the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert. However, there's only one inheritance, and there are two of us. How should we split it? Zhuo said indifferently. Wei Shuo said indifferently. It's very simple. This kind of thing belongs to the capable. When the time comes, it will depend on our own abilities. Good. Then it's decided. To Wei Shuo's surprise, Zhuo agreed without hesitation. Let's enter Devil Fall Valley first. The restrictions here are extremely terrifying. If we take a wrong step, we might trigger a terrifying attack from Devil Fall Valley. When that happens, we'll be in trouble. Wei Shuo reminded Zhuo seriously. Then, he led Zhuo into the entrance of Devil Fall Valley. Following the entrance, they walked into the depths of Devil Fall Valley. Behind the entrance of Devil Fall Valley was a small forest path. Surrounding the path was a dense devil chi that could corrode one's bones. This devil chi was extremely terrifying. If it entered a cultivator's body, it could instantly cause them to lose their mind and turn them into a bloodthirsty demon. It seems that the restrictions around this forest path were set up by Wei Shuo. Zhuo's eyes flashed. He was already a divine array master, so he naturally had a unique understanding of restrictions. With a single glance, he could tell that the forest path was set up by formation. The two of them walked silently along the forest path. Wei Shuo would occasionally strike up a conversation with Zhuo, but Zhuo would always remain silent. Currently, he was silently checking the jade slips in his spirit ring with his consciousness. He found that the two of them were getting closer and closer to Yushan's location. Brother Zhuo, up ahead, is the Demon God Cliff. Below the cliff, there are cultivators who have lost their way because of the Devil Chi in Devil Fall Valley. I call them the Lost Ones. You have to be careful, Wei Shuo suddenly said solemnly. The two of them came to the front. Zhuo found that there was indeed a cliff in front of them. The bottom of the cliff was filled with rolling black Devil Chi. There were layers upon layers of Devil Chi. It looked extremely strange. Wei Shuo formed a seal with both hands and immediately took out a black iron chain from his spirit ring. This iron chain was filled with Devil Chi and looked extremely terrifying. Wei Shuo swung his right hand. The sharp end of the iron chain shot out and heavily nailed itself to the cliff wall opposite them. Then, Wei Shuo used all his strength to nail the iron chain into the cliff wall beneath his feet. Let's go over. But when we go over, we have to be careful. The Lost Ones below will attack any living thing that crosses the cliff. Wei Shuo reminded. Then, with a kick of his right foot, he quickly flew toward the other side of the cliff. Zhuo followed closely behind. His speed was extremely fast, but he soon found that something was wrong. The pressure around them suddenly increased. The Devil Chi below the cliff was rolling like waves. Then, one devil shadow after another shot out like arrows. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. Wei Shuo's gaze was calm. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out two thin threads. Then, they entered the bodies of the two devil puppets behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 2009. Ambush. Wei Shuo's two demonic puppets were very powerful. With them around, Wei Shuo only needed to control the threads connecting them. Wei Shuo slowly advanced. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhuo when wielding the glorious Amethyst Galaxy Divine Sword. With a single slash, the sword light was like water, dispersing all of the incoming demonic shadows. This person is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps with him, I might really be able to enter that place. Originally, I thought that Yushan would be able to open that place. But sadly, that Yushan was too disappointing. She was still lacking by a bit. Wei Shuo nodded his head as he thought to himself. The cliff was quite far away, and the number of demonic shadows was increasing. Therefore, Wei Shuo and Zhuo's speed was not fast. In the latter half of the journey, there were simply too many demonic shadows. Wei Shua's two demonic puppets were also having a hard time resisting them. Wei Shua had no choice but to summon his divine tools to relieve the pressure on the two demonic puppets. As for Zhuowen, he summoned the 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic metal sword. Numerous vortexes of killing intent surrounded his body. Any demonic shadow that charged at him was crushed to pieces by the vortexes of killing intent. Before long, the two successfully reached the other side of the cliff. Brother Zhua, I really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed very strong. Wei Shua glanced at the embryos of the no-beginning demonic metal sword floating around Zhuowen and said happily. Zhuowen smiled and said, Brother Wei is too polite. Compared to Brother Wei, I'm just a little child in the presence of a great one. Wei Shua waved his hand and said, Brother Zhua is too modest. With your help, entering the land of inheritance in the depths of Devilfall Valley will be absolutely safe. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. Just now, he had checked the jade slip in his spirit ring and found that the pathway Shua had taken just happened to lead him to Yushan's location. Although he did not know why Yushan was trapped in Devilfall Valley for so long, he could guess that it had nothing to do with Wei Shua in front of him. I hope so. Brother Wei continued to lead the way. Zhuowen said indifferently. Wei Shua nodded. He didn't say anything else and continued to lead the way. Zhuowen surveyed his surroundings. He knew that Wei Shua had probably explored this route before. After all, this route was laid down with powerful restrictions. Wei Shua should also be a powerful god array master. After traveling for about half a day, the two of them arrived at an incomparably huge devil lake. Occasionally, terrifying devil shadows would emerge from the devil lake. Clearly, this devil lake was not safe. Wei Shua looked at Zhuowen and said, Brother Zhua, this is where my restrictions coordinates are. But according to my calculations, I've discovered that the key to the core of Devilfall Valley is most likely within this demon lake. Key? Zhuowen frowned. Yes, the key. It is said that when that demon Dao expert was defeated by Lord Brahma, he didn't die completely. Before he died, that demon Dao expert sealed himself and buried himself in Devilfall Valley. Moreover, he left behind a palm in the depths of this devil lake. As long as we can find the palm of that demonic Dao expert, we'll be able to follow it into the depths of Devilfall Valley and obtain the inheritance of that demonic Dao expert, Wei Shua said excitedly. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he said, How are we going to find that palm? This devil lake is so big. Isn't it too difficult to find that demon Dao expert's palm? Ha! Brother Zhua, don't worry. I've already deduced the exact location of that demon Dao expert's palm. However, there's a powerful restriction array there that I can't break through with my strength alone. If the two of us work together, it will be possible, Wei Shua said confidently. Zhuowen nodded and said, Then let's go down and take a look. Saying so, the two of them didn't hesitate to dive into the devil lake. Zhuowen's divine sense was even stronger than Wei Shua's. The moment he entered the devil lake, he discovered that a demon beast 10,000 meters away had discovered the two of them and was rapidly rushing towards them. However, Zhuowen didn't point it out. He wanted to see how far Wei Shua's divine sense could extend. When a magical beast was only 7 kilometers away from the two of them, Wei Shua's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Brother Zhua, not good. There's a powerful magical beast rushing towards us. Zhuowen revealed a confused expression and said in surprise, Brother Wei, why didn't I notice it? Wei Shua glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. After discovering that Zhuowen's divine sense wasn't as strong as his, he calmed down. There really is a demon beast. What should the two of us do? Zhuowen immediately pretended to be enlightened and said in a low voice, Let's go quickly. Fighting in the devil lake isn't good for either of us. As Wei Shua spoke, he took out a streamlined black flying divine tool from his spirit ring and opened the cabin door, saying, Brother Zhua, come in. This is a divine tool specially designed to travel through water. Its speed is definitely much faster than that demon beast. The two of them entered the flying divine tool. Soon after, The tail of the flying divine tool spewed out terrifying exhaust fumes, and they instantly disappeared. After diving for about 10,000 meters, Wei Shuo stopped the flying divine tool and sighed softly. It seems that we've completely shaken off that demon beast. Zhuowen also disembarked from the flying divine tool. Soon after, he discovered that they had already reached the bottom of the lake. At the same time, Zhuowen's divine sense extended outwards and discovered a huge stone statue 10,000 meters away. The statue was of a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His long hair was tied up, and he looked clean and simple. Black light flowed on the surface of the statue. It was obvious that a powerful restriction had been set up. Zhuowen's divine sense was indeed powerful, but it was completely unable to penetrate the restriction and pry into the statue's interior. However, the jade slip that Mo Fan had given him indicated that Wu Shan's location was within the statue. "Brother Zhuo, that place isn't far from us. Let's go quickly." Wei Shuo's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly flew backwards. Zhuowen silently followed behind him. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the statue. When Zhuowen arrived in front of the statue, he discovered that the statue was tall and majestic. The statue's eyes, in particular, were unruly and filled with a faint demonic aura, as if they were alive. "Brother Zhuo, if my deduction is correct, that demon Dao expert's palm is hidden within this statue. As you can see, there's an extremely powerful restriction on the surface of this statue. It's difficult for me to blast it open with my strength alone. However, it'll be different if you join us," Wei Shuo said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's work together to blast open the restriction on this statue." The corners of Wei Shuo's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "The two of us will blast open the restriction together. I'll take the front. Brother Zhuo, I'll have to trouble you to take the back." Zhuowen waved his hand and walked behind the statue. However, his eyes were extremely vigilant. "Begin." As Wei Shuo spoke, he directed the two demon puppets to blast toward the front of the statue. Zhuowen's brows slightly furrowed. He directed the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos to blast the back of the statue with a killing intent vortex. What surprised Zhuowen was that the restriction on the surface of the statue was indeed very powerful. When the killing intent vortex blasted the surface of the statue, it did not affect the restriction in the slightest. Just as Zhuowen was wondering if he should increase the power of his attack, a black hole that was several feet wide suddenly appeared at the back of the statue. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole. Zhuowen felt his body being sucked towards the black hole uncontrollably. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, two whooshing sounds came from both sides of Zhuowen. Shortly after, Zhuowen's face turned gloomy as he realized that Wei Shuo's two demon puppets were attacking him from both sides. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately released devouring vortex to resist the terrifying suction force coming from the back of the statue. At the same time, Zhuowen once again summoned the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos from his spirit ring. They turned into two killing intent vortexes and blocked the attacks of the demon puppets from both sides. "What?" Zhuowen calmly asked. Wei Shuo leaped into the air, appearing in the air above Zhuowen. He looked at the devouring vortex summoned by Zhuowen in astonishment and sneered. "No reason. I just want to borrow your life." As he spoke, Wei Shuo took out a command medallion. He pointed his sword finger at the medallion, and the ghost face on the medallion's surface began to distort. Abruptly, it shot out from the medallion and transformed into a gigantic evil spirit that pounced towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He once again summoned the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos and heavily smashed them on the evil spirit, stopping it in its tracks. "You still have more. You have quite a lot of primitive demon gold on you. You can actually refine 36 sword embryos at the same time. However, they will soon be mine." Wei Shuo grinned. He didn't mind that Zhuowen had blocked the evil ghosts he had summoned. With a wave of his sleeve, he actually summoned 49 array flags. The array flags quickly arranged themselves. Then, they suddenly burst into flames. The flames were purple in color. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding demon lake water retreated. Some of it was even burned into steam by the purple flames. It was clear how terrifying the purple flames were. You can obediently become the sacrifice of this stone statue. I will take your spirit ring. Wei Shuo controlled the purple flames and rushed toward Zhuowen's chest. Meanwhile, his right hand reached for the spirit ring on Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen's eyes were serious. He did not expect Wei Shuo to have such a terrifying purple flame. With no other choice, Zhuowen opened his heavenly thunder eye and released a pitch-black bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The bolt of lightning made an ear-piercing sound the moment it collided with the purple flames. Then, the two began to madly entangle each other as if they were natural enemies. Boom! In the end, the purple flames and the bolt of lightning exploded. The terrifying shockwave created a huge circular vacuum at the bottom of the demon lake. Countless amounts of demon lake water were pushed to the sides like a storm. Zhuowen clearly did not expect the collision of the purple flames and the bolt of lightning to create such a terrifying explosion. Caught off guard, he was hit by the aftershock of the explosion. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain the devouring whirlpool, he was sucked into the black hole at the back of the stone statue. However, the moment he entered the black hole, Zhuowen immediately grabbed the right leg of Wei Shuo, who was desperately trying to escape the suction. "Bastard, let go of me!" Wei Shuo's eyes were scarlet. He was also deeply affected by the explosion. At this moment, he was seriously injured and could not break free from Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen took advantage of the situation and pulled the two of them into the black hole at the back of the stone statue. Chapter 2010. Loch Ness. This was a black desert, with a black sun hovering above it. Both the desert and the sun emitted a terrifying demonic aura, which was like a raging flame that roasted a cultivator's will. Zhuowen stood up from a small sand dune, his face extremely gloomy. He found that he couldn't use his divine sense in this place, and he couldn't even mobilize his god power. Since he couldn't use his divine sense, it meant that he couldn't open the spirit ring. Moreover, since he couldn't use his god power, Zhuowen was no different from an ordinary person. This place should be suitable for Devour's doppelganger. It's a pity that his doppelganger is still in the spirit ring. Zhuowen muttered bitterly. Although Zhuowen's main body had cultivated the indestructible body refining divine ability, this kind of body refining divine ability required the support of god power. In other words, all of Zhuowen's body refining divine arts required the support of the corresponding energy. Now that Zhuowen couldn't mobilize the energy in his body, it meant that his body refining divine ability couldn't be used. The only fortunate thing was that Zhuowen's physique was much stronger than an ordinary person's, and his strength was also far superior. Walking silently through the desert, Zhuowen didn't see Wei Shuo. Obviously, Wei Shuo had fallen somewhere else in this desert. After a month, Zhuowen's mouth and tongue were dry, and his body was powerless. Since he couldn't use his divine sense and god power, Zhuowen was no different from an ordinary person. Originally, he was a true god who didn't eat the food of mortals and didn't eat for many years. However, without his divine sense and god power, he had to consume energy just by relying on his physical strength. Since he couldn't use his god power, this energy had to be absorbed from the outside world. Therefore, after walking for 10 days, Zhuowen found himself hungry and thirsty. His body was weak, and he couldn't exert any strength. Moreover, Zhuowen's clothes and hair had become extremely dirty and messy. If it was in the past, he would have been able to clean his entire body with just a thought. Unfortunately, there was no water now, so he could not even take care of himself. "It's been a long time since I had this feeling." Zhuowen's mouth was full of bitterness. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time Zhuowen had such an unbearable feeling of hunger and thirst. Plop! Zhuowen suddenly missed a step. Only then did he realize that there was a small sand dune in front of him. He rolled down the sand, Dune in an extremely embarrassing manner. Struggling to stand up, Zhuowen found that there was a small pool in front of him. Water, water, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he struggled to crawl towards the small pool in front of him. Now, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with water, and he neglected the many thatched huts around the small pool. Whoosh! A spear quickly flew over and stabbed into the ground in front of Zhuowen, raising a cloud of sand that blocked Zhuowen's line of sight. At this moment, Zhuowen was too weak to care about the sand splashing on his face. His gaze was fixed on the small pool in front of him. More than 10 strong men rushed out from the surrounding buildings and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen struggled to raise his head and looked through the shadows of these strong men. He vaguely saw a young woman with wheat-colored skin slowly walking over. Zhuowen's eyelids were too heavy. He didn't have time to see the woman's face clearly before he felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted. Before he lost consciousness, Zhuowen vaguely heard an indifferent female voice. "Take him back and lock him up. It just so happens that Loch Ness is about to rise. We need a sacrifice to appease the water god's anger." Zhuowen slowly woke up and found himself trapped in front of a bonfire. The sky had unknowingly turned dark. Around the bonfire, more than 10 men danced around him, chanting in a language he didn't understand. In front of the bonfire was a small pool, followed by a shabby thatch hut. Next to the hut, the old, the weak, the women, and the children silently looked at the bonfire. Just as Zhuowen wanted to continue observing, a cool breeze came from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, a young woman was holding a water bag and pouring water into his mouth. "You're a precious sacrifice. I can't let you die of thirst." After she finished speaking, the woman put away the water bag and walked to the center of the bonfire. Zhuowen calmly looked at the woman. He was sure that this was the young woman he saw before he lost consciousness. Zhuowen looked up at the sky with a grave expression. At first, he didn't know where he was, but now he realized that this place was a terrifying formation. Inside this formation, no energy of any nature could be used. Even if you were an incomparably noble void sky cultivator, you would still become a worthless mortal in this place. What a powerful Devil Dao expert. He was actually able to set up such a terrifying formation. I wonder how I can escape from this place. Zhuowen pondered. He knew that the first thing he needed to do was to use his divine sense. After all, if he couldn't use his divine sense, he wouldn't be able to open his spirit ring. Once he opened his spirit ring, Zhuowen would have nothing to fear. In this place where he couldn't use any energy, any divine tool in his spirit ring was a supreme weapon. "It's time to go to Loch Ness," the young woman said indifferently. The dozen or so burly men around the bonfire immediately gathered around Zhuowen. They lifted Zhuowen up and walked toward the small pond. Zhuowen discovered that there was a very long and wide gully in front of the small pond. The pond's water came from the end of the gully. After crossing a small sand dune, Zhuowen discovered that there was a huge lake under the sand dune. The appearance of such a huge lake in the middle of an endless desert was a very strange thing in itself. "Let's go." The group of people brought Zhuowen to the lakeside. The young woman knelt by the lakeside and softly chanted as if she was praying. "The water god has received my prayer. Throw this sacrifice down." The woman turned around and glanced at Zhuowen. Yes, a burly man swiftly carried Zhuowen and threw him into the lake. Splash! The ice-cold lake water soaked Zhuowen's body. He kept sinking as a suffocating feeling assaulted him. Zhuowen was unable to use any of his strength. Coupled with the fact that his body was tied up, he could only let himself sink. Fortunately, Zhuowen's physique was astonishing. He could hold his breath much longer than ordinary people. He opened his eyes and observed the bottom of the lake. At the same time, he began to think about how to untie the ropes between his hands. The lake was not deep. Soon, Zhuowen reached the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen noticed that there were many small stones piled up at the bottom of the lake. He casually picked up a relatively sharp stone and began to rub it against the ropes between his hands. After a while, the ropes were cut open. He then untied the ropes on his feet. Whoosh whoosh. The moment Zhuowen was untied, black algae rushed out from the bottom of the lake toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He stomped his feet and quickly swam toward the surface of the lake. The algae gave him a strong sense of crisis. His intuition told him that if he fought against it, he would be doomed. Unfortunately, the algae was too fast. In an instant, it wrapped around Zhuowen's right foot and pulled him toward the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen tried to pry it open with both hands. However, the algae was too tough. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. At the same time, he saw a big mouth in the depths of the algae. This big mouth had sharp teeth. If he was swallowed, Zhuowen would die without a doubt. A trace of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Zhuowen's survival instinct kept him swimming upward. But even so, it only slowed down his speed. At the moment of life and death, one of the two galaxies in Zhuowen's divine soul exploded. The terrifying explosion made Zhuowen's divine soul tumble, giving him a splitting headache. The explosion of the divine soul galaxy made Zhuowen's divine soul reach an unprecedented level of strength. Swoosh! Zhuowen immediately summoned the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, slashing it down. The glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword cut the big mouth into halves, and its blood dyed the entire lake bottom. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief and took the glorious amethyst galaxy sword with a bitter smile. Exploding the divine soul galaxy was a desperate move of the celestial star meditation diagram. It could instantly erupt with several times the power of the divine sense, but it was only for a moment. After that moment, the divine sense would weaken. If it weren't a life or death crisis, Zhuowen wouldn't have chosen this extreme method. After the galaxy exploded, it meant that his previous efforts to refine his divine soul were all in vain. Moreover, his divine soul would suffer irreparable damage. At that moment, Zhuowen wanted to take out the black-clothed Zhuowen, but he gave up. He guessed that the formation in this place could seal all kinds of energy. Devour's body also needed energy. However, he couldn't use energy in this place, so Devour couldn't be of any use. That was why he chose the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword. Although this sword couldn't be urged by the soul consciousness, which reduced its power, it was still a divine weapon, not an ordinary iron. Even if it didn't need God power or soul consciousness to urge, the sharpness of this sword was absolutely peerless. In this place where energy couldn't be used, this divine weapon was really terrifying. After killing the seaweed monster, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to leave the bottom of the lake. Instead, he grabbed the seaweed and swallowed it whole. After losing his divine power, he had not eaten for a month. He needed to replenish his energy. After eating until he was 80% full, Zhuowen started to swim around the lake bottom. Now that he had the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, he had more courage. He wanted to search the bottom of the lake. Previously, that group of people had called this lake Ness Lake and claimed that this lake had a water god. Moreover, that group of people would rather open a small pond in the distance than live near this lake. This lake wasn't simple at all. All of a sudden, Zhuowen saw a large shadow at the bottom of the lake. The shadow spread faster and faster. Eventually, it dyed the entire lake bottom black. Then, a slit appeared in the center of the shadow, which began to open. Eyes. Chapter 2011. Bloodthirsty lizard, the huge eye quietly stared at Zhuowen. Soon after, Zhuowen felt an uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. Go! Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of struggle. His hands fiercely moved, and he swam towards the surface of the lake, quickly leaving the bottom. When Zhuowen reached the surface of the lake, the eye at the bottom of the lake closed, and the bottom of the lake returned to its calm state. What was that? That was really close. Zhuowen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Thinking of the huge eye at the bottom of the lake, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Although the eye at the bottom of the lake didn't attack him physically, the invisible fear that it brought to Zhuowen was deeply imprinted in his heart the moment he saw it. Zhuowen was sure that the eye at the bottom of the lake wasn't simple. At the same time, Zhuowen was also surprised. The eye gave him such a strong sense of fear. So why didn't it attack him physically? Perhaps the eye was sealed at the bottom of the lake by some kind of powerful force. Zhuowen guessed in a low voice. Moreover, he guessed that the eye was inextricably linked to the almighty demonic cultivator in Devilfall Valley. The sound of water immediately attracted the praying young woman and more than 10 strong men on the shore. What? The sacrifice actually escaped without permission. How did this guy escape? The young woman's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The rest of the strong men looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes. When Zhuowen reached the shore, the young woman immediately ordered the strong men behind her to capture Zhuowen again. Unfortunately, Zhuowen, who had solved his hunger and thirst problem, wasn't someone these strong men could capture. Zhuowen grabbed the fist of the brawny man in front of him. Then, with a clench of his fist, he swung the brawny man up and smashed him into the brawny men behind him. In an instant, all the brawny men were knocked to the ground. You? The young woman was shocked. Zhuowen walked in front of the young woman and tore off the clothes on her right arm. What do you want to do? The young woman cried out in alarm, looking at Zhuowen in horror, her hands clutching her chest. Zhuowen could not be bothered with her. Instead, he tied the torn clothes onto his glorious amethyst galaxy sword and tied it across his chest. The water god actually didn't kill you. You must be the messenger sent by the water god. You must be. The young woman reacted and hurriedly knelt in front of Zhuowen, muttering something. The other 10 or so strong men also knelt on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at the woman and the others kneeling on the ground. Weren't these people too superstitious? However, he was indeed curious about the so-called water god in Loch Ness, especially after seeing the strange giant eye. He was even more certain that Loch Ness was not as simple as it seemed. Get up. Tell me about the water god. The water god you speak of, is it the giant eye that appeared at the bottom of the lake? Zhuowen simply laid out his cards. The young woman suddenly raised her head and stared at Zhuowen. She revealed an excited expression and said, "You have indeed seen the water god. You are the second person to see the water god and come out alive. You must be another messenger. You must be." Zhuowen was shocked. It wasn't hard to tell from the woman's words that most sacrifices that were thrown into the Loch Ness were doomed. If he hadn't used that extreme method, he wouldn't have been able to come out alive. Before him, there was someone who had been thrown into the lake and still came out alive. Could it be Wei Shuo? Who was the first messenger? Zhuowen snorted coldly. The young woman's body trembled as she hurriedly said, "The messenger's name is Yushan. She is a very beautiful woman." Which Yushan is really here? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. The main reason he had entered the 15th floor was for the Tiangang Devil Fire on Yushan. Mo Fan's Tiangang Devil Fire had already been used by Xiaohe to forge 12 beginning Devil Gold Swords. Although the true beginning Devil Gold Swords had not been completely forged from the information that Xiaohe had given him, the power of the beginning Devil Gold Swords was definitely much more terrifying than the beginning Devil Gold Sword embryos. The sword embryos were already very powerful. If all 48 sword embryos could be forged into true swords, their power would definitely reach an unprecedented level. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "Then do you know where Yushan is?" The young woman hurriedly said, "Messenger Yushan stayed in our tribe for half a month before heading to Mo Luo City. That's the only city within 100,000 kilometers." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Which Yushan was a peerless genius of the heavenly Devil Island. Although he had never come into contact with Yushan, it was not difficult for him to tell that Yushan was not ordinary from Mo Fan's words. Since Yushan was heading to Mo Luo City, it should be because Mo Luo City had a way to leave this place. "Do you have a map to Mo Luo City?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. The young woman hurriedly said, "Lord Messenger, don't worry. Our tribe still has a few maps. If you want them, we can give them all to you." "No need. I only need one map." Zhuowen shook his head. Following that, Zhuowen returned to the tribe under Yushan's guidance. Zhuowen stayed in the tribe for 3 days. After preparing enough rations and water, he left the tribe under the respectful gazes of the tribe members. In a vast desert, Zhuan looked at the yellowed map in his hand. The map recorded the route to Mo City. However, what made Zhuan feel helpless was that the journey to Mo City would take at least 20 days. The rations provided by the tribe were not much. Therefore, Zhuan had to eat sparingly on the journey. In the desert, Zhuan walked for 15 days. What made him speechless was that he had already drunk all the water. Now, he felt his mouth and tongue dry again. He had brought 3 big water bags with him. Moreover, he didn't drink much each time. Even so, he still finished all of them on the 15th day. This could only mean that he didn't have any experience in surviving in the desert. Before this, he was a supreme cultivator. He didn't have to worry about food and water. Experience in this area was really useless to him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fighting came from afar. Moreover, it was not far away. Zhuan immediately walked forward. After crossing a small sand dune, he saw a group of carriages fighting with a group of monsters that had drilled out of the sand. These monsters were very strange. They were only half a meter tall and had the appearance of a lizard. They had sharp claws and teeth on their forelegs. They looked exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Moreover, they were extremely fast. With a leap, they turned into an illusory shadow that was difficult to catch. There weren't many of these monsters. There were only 7 or 8 of them. The carriages had 30 to 40 people. However, they were completely suppressed by these 7 or 8 monsters. There were continuous casualties. What should we do? In the middle of the carriages, 2 women held hands tightly. Their beautiful eyes looked at the casualties around them in fear. Eldest miss, second miss, if the guards really can't hold on, you should leave quickly. A middle-aged man holding a heavy sword stood in front of the 2 women. He was guarding against any danger that might appear around them at any time. Zhuan's eyes were not on these people. Instead, they fell on the water bags hanging on the carriages. His water bags had long been empty. Now his mouth was dry. He just wanted to drink to his heart's content. At this moment, Zhuan's mind was only on the water bags on the carriages. As for the guards and the crazy monsters, he had already ignored them. Thinking of this, Zhuan suddenly rushed out of the sand dune and rushed toward the carriages. Elder sister, look, someone is running over there. In the middle of the carriages, the younger of the 2 women pointed at Zhuan, who was running from the left. Who is this person? The older woman whispered with a frown. Zhuan's appearance was not normal. His clothes were tattered and his hair was unkempt. He looked like a beggar. Anyone who saw Zhuan like this would unconsciously feel disgusted. We don't need to care about this person. It's so dangerous outside. This person will probably be killed by those bloodthirster lizards before he gets close. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Uncle Chun, why don't you go and stop this person? It's so dangerous here. He definitely won't be able to survive if he comes here. The younger woman sighed. The middle-aged man shook his head indifferently and said, if this kind of person dies, then he dies. With the bloodthirster lizards here, he still dares to run here. He's simply courting death. Moreover, our carriages can't even protect ourselves. I have to ensure the safety of the 2 young ladies. How can I abandon you to stop an unrelated person? At this moment, screams continued to sound in front of the carriages. There were originally 30 guards, but now there were only a dozen left. Most of them were injured. Oh, Zhuan's rush immediately attracted the attention of the bloodthirster lizards. Immediately, the outermost bloodthirster lizard roared and rushed toward Zhuan. Its scarlet fangs were aimed at Zhuan's head. Zhuan only frowned slightly. At this moment, he only wanted to drink water. Why would he care about the bloodthirster lizard? With a stomp of his right foot, he immediately dodged the bloodthirster lizard's pounce and continued to run forward. Roar! The bloodthirster lizard that missed its target roared unwillingly and jumped again. This time, it directly grabbed at Zhuan's back, wanting to kill him in one blow. Get lost! Zhuan was extremely impatient. He pulled out the glorious purple galaxy sword from his back and casually slashed behind him. Pucci! Before the bloodthirster lizard could get close to Zhuowen, it was cut in half. Its dark blood spilled all over the ground. This scene immediately stunned everyone in the carriages. The bloodthirster lizard's scales were extremely tough and invulnerable. This was also the reason why 7 or 8 bloodthirster lizards could suppress more than 30 guards. If they couldn't even break the other party's scales, what was the use of having more people? They were still living targets. Chapter 2012. Moro City Roar. 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 The death of the bloodthirster lizard immediately aroused the anger of the other 7 bloodthirster lizards that were attacking the guards. The 7 bloodthirster lizards gave up attacking the guards and rushed toward Zhuowen, their eyes full of killing intent. In their view, a mere human dared to kill their companion. He was simply courting death. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect that killing a bloodthirster lizard would arouse public anger. However, now was not the time for him to think about it. The bloodthirster lizard that arrived first had already extended its claws and fangs. Zhuowen swung his sword and easily cut off the claws and fangs of the bloodthirster lizard. Then, the sword changed direction and slashed across the neck of the bloodthirster lizard. Everything was so smooth. After all, Zhuowen was a powerful warrior. Even if he did not rely on his divine sense, his close combat ability was exceptionally terrifying. Pucci. Zhuowen stepped forward step by step. The glorious purple galaxy divine sword seemed to be alive in his hand. Every slash was able to accurately pierce the heart or neck of the bloodthirster lizard and other vital points. Zhuowen only made 7 slashes, and all 7 bloodthirster lizards fell. What? How'd this guy do it? Looking at the sloppy young man who killed the bloodthirster lizards like killing chickens, the people in the convoy were shocked. Their faces were full of disbelief. So powerful. The 2 women in the middle of the convoy were even more stunned. Zhuowen did not care about the reactions of the people in the convoy. In an instant, he swept to the front of a wooden cart, took off the water bag on it, and drank heartily. In one breath, Zhuowen drank half the bag and let out a comfortable sigh. I also helped you kill those troublesome guys. Can you give me some water bags and dry food? Zhuowen looked at the people not far away who were still stunned and said lightly. The middle-aged man in front of the 2 women came back to his senses and hurriedly took out several water bags and brocade boxes from the carriage. He respectfully handed them to Zhuowen and said, "Senior, if you want them, please take them." Zhuowen unceremoniously took the water bag and the brocade box. When he opened the brocade box, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the brocade box was actually filled with exquisite pastries. He took a bite and found that the taste was not bad, so he wolfed them down. This caravan obviously had an extraordinary origin. Not only were there so many guards escorting them, but these people were also dressed rather luxuriously, much better than the people of the previous tribe. It's all thanks to Senior's help this time. Otherwise, our convoy would be in danger. If Senior doesn't mind, can you come to Maluo City's Marquis Jinyun's mansion for a visit? The 2 women behind the middle-aged man also came forward. The older woman said in a natural and unrestrained manner, "Maluo City?" Zhuowen revealed a pondering expression and nodded. "I just happen to be going to Maluo City as well. I could go take a look." The woman revealed a delighted expression when she saw Zhuowen agree, and she hurriedly said, "My name is Feng Ling Mei, and this is my younger sister, Feng Ling Yu. Both of us were born in Marquis Jinyun's mansion." Zhuowen interrupted Feng Ling Mei impatiently and said, "All right, the introduction ends here. Since it's on the way, you could just take me to Maluo City." Feng Ling Mei revealed an embarrassed expression, but she understood the general situation. She cupped her hands and said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Chun, clear a seat in the carriage for this senior." The middle-aged man nodded, and then he said politely to Zhuowen, "Senior, follow me." After the middle-aged man arranged a seat for Zhuowen, he returned and said in a deep voice, "Young miss, this person seems to be difficult to serve. Moreover, he was so rude to young miss." Feng Lingmei shook her head. "You don't have to worry about this matter. This person is able to easily kill a bloodthirster lizard, and his martial arts are superb. If we're able to rope in such a talent, Father will have more confidence in competing for the position of Maluo City's city lord. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Young miss, I feel that the reason this person was able to kill a bloodthirster lizard is mainly because of the sword on his body. That sword is absolutely the first time I've seen a weapon that can so easily break through a bloodthirster lizard's defense. Even the Marquis sword is far inferior to the sharpness of the sword on his body." Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes focused. She had never practiced martial arts, so she naturally didn't know about these matters of battle. Earlier, when Zhuowen easily killed a bloodthirster lizard, she thought that it was because of Zhuowen's strength. She never imagined that it was because of the sword on his body. Then how's his martial arts? How is he compared to Father? Feng Lingmei asked. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "If the Marquis had that sword, he would be even stronger than this person." Feng Lingmei took a deep breath and said, "We'll discuss this matter with Father after we return to Maluo City. Now that this person has that divine weapon, we're no match for him. We'll follow Father's arrangements for our next actions." The middle-aged man nodded and continued, "I understand. However, after we return to Maluo City, it's best that we keep a close eye on this person." Zhuowen naturally didn't know about the conversation between the middle-aged man and Feng Lingmei. Currently, he was thinking about how to find Yushan after entering Maluo City and how to leave this place. However, before Zhuowen could continue thinking, Feng Lingmei brought the middle-aged man to the front of his carriage. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen asked coldly. Feng Lingmei pointed at the middle-aged man's hand behind her, where the bloodthirster lizard scales and black round beads were piled up. "Senior, these bloodthirster lizards were all killed by you. Their scales and beast cores can be sold for a good price in Maluo City. We don't dare to be greedy, so we'll give them all to Senior," Feng Lingmei said with a smile. Zhuowen didn't know the currency of Maluo City, so it wasn't good for him to give a price. He said indifferently, "Give me a price." Feng Lingmei smiled charmingly and said, "Since that's the case, we won't let Senior suffer a loss. I've calculated the price of these bloodthirster lizard scales and beast cores. They're worth 100,000 crystal stones." After she finished speaking, 10 guards walked out from behind Feng Lingmei, and each of them carried a large chest that was half the height of a person. Under Feng Lingmei's command, the 10 chests were opened, and thumb-sized black crystal stones were arranged inside. Disaster crystal stones? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the currency of this place was actually disaster crystal stones. Moreover, Feng Lingmei took out 100,000 disaster crystal stones in one go. It could be seen that this kind of disaster crystal stones, which were extremely important to true gods, must be very abundant in this place. Moreover, this 100,000 disaster crystal stones was the most Zhuowen had obtained so far. He didn't expect that he would obtain so many disaster crystal stones not long after arriving here. What Wei Shuoyo said was right. It was really easy to obtain disaster crystal stones in Devilfall Valley. In this place where divine power and divine sense couldn't be used, Zhuowen, who had a divine tool like glorious amethyst galaxy sword, was absolutely invincible. As long as Zhuowen came out to hunt more bloodthirster lizards or other monsters, it really wouldn't be difficult to earn disaster crystal stones. "Help me put them in a truck. When we return to Maluo City, give me the truck. Also, if you have clean clothes, give me a set," Zhuowen said indifferently. Feng Lingmei was very decisive in her actions and quickly completed all of Zhuowen's requests. The convoy advanced in the desert for about 10 days before arriving at Maluo City. Maluo City was quite large, but the surrounding rocks had many marks because of the perennial wind and sand, showing the vicissitudes of time. Feng Lingmei's identity wasn't ordinary, so entering Maluo City naturally wasn't a problem. After entering the city, Zhuowen took the truck with 100,000 disaster crystal stones and parted ways with Feng Lingmei's convoy. "Uncle Chun, Send a clever person to follow this person and find out his address in Maluo City, Feng Lingmei said coldly. The middle-aged man nodded and gave a man in the convoy a look. Then the group left this place. Zhuowen casually found an inn, paid a certain amount of disaster crystal stones, and checked into the inn's best room. At the same time, he moved all 10 boxes of disaster crystal stones into the room. Now, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of divine sense. If he could use his divine sense now, he could put all 10 boxes of disaster crystal stones into his spirit ring without having to go through so much trouble. After checking into the room, Zhuowen suddenly had an idea. The energy contained in the disaster crystal stones could enhance the divine power of a true god and increase disaster resistance. Now that his divine power and divine sense were sealed, would absorbing the disaster crystal stones still have any effect? Thinking of this, Zhuowen immediately opened one of the boxes, took out the disaster crystal stones inside, and began to absorb the energy inside. To Zhuowen's surprise, he could indeed absorb the energy inside the disaster crystal stones, but the divine power in his body didn't loosen in the slightest. How come there's another galaxy in my spiritual space? I clearly detonated a divine soul galaxy, didn't I? Zhuowen put down the disaster crystal stones that he had absorbed and suddenly found that there were 2 galaxies in his spiritual space. He just remembered that in the Loch Ness before, in order to avoid the attack of the algae, he detonated a galaxy. In theory, there should only be 1 galaxy, but now there was another one. This was really strange. Is it because of the disaster crystal stones? Zhuowen looked at the calamity crystal in his hand, but he quickly rejected this idea. If the calamity crystal could increase one's divine soul, then he would have already done so. It was impossible for him to absorb a calamity crystal here and restore his divine soul. Is it because of the strange algae in the Loch Ness? Zhuowen remembered that in the Loch Ness before, he cut off the strange algae that almost swallowed him. At that time, he was hungry and thirsty, so he ate some of the algae to satisfy his hunger. Originally, he didn't care much about it, but he didn't expect that his divine soul would recover. Moreover, he keenly felt that his divine soul had strengthened a lot. That algae is definitely not simple. Is it a treasure that can enhance the divine soul? Chapter 2013. Biting the hand that feeds him at this moment, Zhuowen was somewhat regretful. At that time, he only ate the algae to satisfy his hunger. After eating it, he didn't pay attention to the changes in his divine soul. After all, he couldn't use his divine sense. So how could Zhuowen pay attention to his divine soul? This time, if it weren't for absorbing the disaster crystal, Zhuowen wouldn't have noticed the sudden strengthening of his divine soul. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to explore the Ness Lake. At that time, there was a lot of algae at the bottom of the lake. He just casually grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, but there was still a lot left. If he could absorb all of the algae, perhaps Zhuowen's divine sense really could undergo a transformation. Zhuowen calmed his mind and began to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the disaster crystal. Now, it was useless to regret. He had to first confirm whether absorbing the disaster crystal would allow him to break through the seal and use his divine power. 3 days later, Zhuowen looked at the half-full box of disaster crystal in front of him and somewhat dejectedly put down the disaster crystal in his hand. In these 3 days, he had absorbed almost half of the disaster crystal. He did feel that the divine power in his body was growing, but whenever he wanted to circulate his divine power, he felt powerless. He knew that his divine power was growing with the help of the disaster crystal, but he couldn't use it at all. Zhuowen opened the window and looked at the sky. With his current level of array formations, he could barely see that the whole sky was formed by a powerful array formation, but this array formation was too powerful. He couldn't see through it, let alone break it. Unless I can find the core of this array formation, it's basically impossible to break it. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. The moment Zhuowen lowered his head, he immediately noticed a sneaky figure looking in his direction from the entrance of an alley below. Perhaps noticing Zhuowen's gaze, this person hurriedly shrank back into the alley and didn't dare to come out again. Zhuowen revealed a pondering look. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and he closed the window. Soon, Zhuowen found a piece of paper in the corner of the door. Picking it up, there was only one sentence inside. You have already been targeted. If you want to save yourself, come to the forest in the western part of the city tonight. Zhuowen thought for a moment, then burned the note. Within the marquee of Jinyun's estate, Feng Lingmei looked at the middle-aged man before her and said, Uncle Chun, you're saying that our people were discovered by Zhuowen? The middle-aged man nodded and said, Zhuowen did discover the people who were tailing us. I'm afraid that he will suspect us. If you suspect me, then so be it. Father will come out of seclusion very soon. That weapon can only display its greatest power in Father's hands. At that time, we will send someone to have Zhuowen name a price. Our Jinyun Marquis residence will take the treasured sword on his body. Feng Lingmei coldly said, Elder sister, Father has already come out of seclusion. Feng Lingyu ran out from the hall and said happily. Feng Lingmei said happily, Really? I'll go see my father now. Within the inn, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He then opened the window and indifferently looked at a pair of heavily armored soldiers walking down the street. In front of the soldiers, Feng Lingmei and a sturdy middle-aged man were riding a tall horse side by side. Feng Lingmei raised her head and smiled sweetly at Zhuowen. Senior Zhuowen, can you come down for a chat? Zhuowen's face was expressionless. Soon after, he silently walked down the inn and came to the street. Within the inn, everyone was already in a state of panic. Everyone silently stood within the inn, not daring to act rashly. Because the person who came today was the Marquis of the Jinyun Marquis residence, Feng Yong. The Jinyun Marquis residence's power in Mo Luo City was second only to the city lord. Moreover, the difference was not big. They were the most favorable competitors for the new city lord. Their power in Mo Luo City was deeply rooted. Feng Yong looked down at Zhuowen from high above. His gaze fell on the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuowen's back and said indifferently, I heard that this brave warrior saved my 2 daughters. I am truly grateful. Men, come and bring the prepared gifts. Soon after, more than 10 soldiers came from behind Feng Yong. They carried more than 10 large chests and opened all of them. Inside the chests were embroidered clothes, satin, precious jewels, jewelry, and many other things that Zhuowen had never seen before. Moreover, Zhuowen also found 2 chests of calamity crystal cores. These 2 chests did not contain calamity crystal stones, but calamity crystal cores that were even more precious than calamity crystal stones. Generally speaking, calamity crystal cores should only be taken out from the bodies of powerful strange beasts. And the strange beasts in the trial grounds were all very powerful. In this world where even divine power could not be used, everyone was just a group of mortals. How did they obtain these calamity crystal cores? When Feng Yong took out his rewards, many people on both sides of the street revealed envious expressions. Zhuowen only cupped his hands indifferently and said, Then, many thanks to the Marquis. Haha, brave warrior is too polite. Feng Yong laughed and immediately pointed to the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuowen's back and said, I heard that the long sword on the back of brave warrior can cut through iron like mud. Can you let this Marquis take a look? Zhuowen sneered in his heart and waved his hand. Marquis, it's not that I don't want to let you see, but I can't easily take off this long sword. Once I take it off, it will definitely draw blood. Feng Yong nodded and immediately grabbed a soldier beside him. With a tear of his hands, he tore the soldier in half and said with a smile, Now that it's drawn blood, I think brave warrior can take it off, right? Zhuowen slightly frowned and shook his head. When I said draw blood, it's not like what the Marquis is doing now. Feng Yong's eyes became cold, and he said indifferently, It seems like brave warrior is looking down on this Marquis. You don't want to give this Marquis face, right? Feng Lingmei quickly said with a smile, Senior Zhua, you might not know my father's hobby. He likes all kinds of divine weapons. What's the harm in letting him see it? If you don't mind, you can also name a price. Our Marquis Jinyan's mansion is one of the top forces in Maluo City. Zhuowen sneered even more in his heart. This Feng Lingmei was openly threatening him. He had saved Feng Lingmei's entire caravan before, but this woman was now repaying kindness with enmity. Feng Lingmei and Feng Yong looked down at Zhuowen from high above. In their opinion, this Zhuowen would submit. Get lost. What I hate the most in my life is being threatened, Zhuowen said coldly. At this moment, the street was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was looking at Zhuowen strangely. Even Feng Yong and Feng Lingmei had the same expression. Haha, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Feng Yong was so angry that he laughed. Unfortunately, just as he laughed, the front leg of the horse he was sitting on was cut off. It knelt on the ground with a plop. Feng Yong's body stiffened, and he jumped off the horse in a sorry state. When Feng Yong came back to his senses, Zhuowen's glorious amethyst galaxy sword had already landed on his right arm. Pucci! Feng Yong's right arm was instantly cut off. Feng Yong screamed. When he wanted to retreat, Zhuowen changed the direction of his sword and cut off both of Feng Yong's legs. Feng Yong didn't expect that Zhuowen would attack without even saying a word. In addition, the glorious amethyst galaxy sword was too sharp. Although he used his inner chi to resist, it was simply like an egg hitting a rock. The surrounding heavy-armored soldiers reacted one after another and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned. He lifted Feng Yong and said coldly, "All of you get lost. Otherwise, your marquis will really die in my hands." Feng Yong also realized that something was wrong. He quickly shouted at the soldiers to stay away. Carrying Feng Yong, Zhuowen left the place in an extremely carefree manner, and the heavy-armored soldiers could only watch as Zhuowen disappeared from their line of sight. This was a woodshed. Feng Yong looked at the youth in front of him in fear. His whole body trembled. He didn't expect this kid to be so unbridled and powerful. After Zhuowen stopped the bleeding from Feng Yong's wounds, he tied him up. Although Feng Yong's legs were cut off and it was difficult for him to walk, he still tied him up just in case. Night fell. After the third watch, Zhuowen left the woodshed and came to the forest in the west of the city. You really came on time. I didn't expect you to capture the marquis of the Jinyun Marquis Mansion the moment you arrived in Maluo City. A cold voice came from the forest in front of him. A graceful figure walked out from the depths of the forest. The person who appeared in front of Zhuowen was a woman with black hair and eyes. She was dressed in black and had a demonic aura around her. This woman's beauty was inferior to Yun Chuyu's, but she had a unique charm. She was like a leopard in the rainforest. She had a demonic and wild beauty. "Which you, Shan?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice. When he received the paper, Zhuowen had already guessed it. "I didn't expect you to be able to enter the 15th floor. You really surprised me. However, I'm a little puzzled. How did Wei Shua set his eyes on you? That guy's taste is very picky. He definitely won't make up the numbers." Yushan looked at Zhuowen from head to toe and smiled. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "The reason I came to the 15th floor was because Brother Mo Fan asked me to find you. As for whether you believe me or not, it's none of my business." "That's right. That Wei Shua did trick me. However, he's not much better. At this moment, that Wei Shua should also be in this strange world." Yushan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She said in a deep voice, "You're saying that Wei Shua also entered this place of his own accord? That's impossible. This is not a good place. That Wei Shua would never enter this place. I was the one who pulled that guy in. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have obediently come in by himself," Zhuowen said indifferently. "You?" Yushan looked at Zhuowen carefully again. She began to seriously examine the young man in front of her. When she was at Dongyu Square, she remembered that this person was only a calamity true god. Although she couldn't use her divine sense now, she could see that Zhuowen's cultivation was definitely not above the Void Sky realm. Although the trial grounds were special, she knew very well how strong Wei Shua was. No matter how strong the divine sense of a cultivator below the Void Sky realm was, it couldn't be that much stronger, let alone be a match for Wei Shua. Chapter 2014. Re-entering Loch Ness Senior Brother Mo Fan. Are you all right? Yushan asked. Although Yushan couldn't tell if Zhuowen was telling the truth, she knew that since Zhuowen knew about Mo Fan, he must have come here because of Mo Fan. Brother Mo Fan is fine. By the way, I heard from Brother Mo Fan that you have the heavenly demonic fire? Zhuowen suddenly stared at Yushan and asked. Yushan's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked coldly at Zhuowen and said, What? You want to take the heavenly demonic fire from me? Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Miss Yushan, you misunderstood. I just wanted to say that if you really do have the heavenly demonic fire, I would like to exchange it with you. Yushan still sneered and said, Exchange? Do you know how precious the heavenly demonic fire is? Moreover, divine sense can't be used here. Even if you want to exchange it, you'll have to wait until we get out of here. Zhuowen nodded and looked at Yushan and said, Could it be that Miss Yushan is interested in leaving this place? Zhuowen knew that Yushan wouldn't invite him out for a secret meeting for no reason. There was only one possibility. Yushan must have something important to discuss with him. You should be a divine array master, right? What grade are you? Yushan suddenly asked. Second grade divine array master. Zhuowen was only a first grade divine array master before. However, not long ago, due to the creation of the infinite engulfment, his cultivation speed was very fast, and he reached the second grade divine array master. Only a second grade divine array master? Forget it. I can only let you try. I've been here much longer than you. According to my investigation, the city governor's estate of Mo Luo City possesses the formation core of this world formation. If we can break the formation core, we'll be able to leave this place, Yushan said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He didn't suspect that Yushan would lie to him. After all, both of them were trapped here. Yushan didn't need to lie to him because there was no benefit. Also, if it's really as you say, and Wei Shuo has also entered this world, with that guy's Array Dao ability, he will definitely be able to find the Array Core in the City Lord's Mansion in a short period of time. We need to occupy that Array Core before Wei Shuo does, Yushan said again. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, Miss Yushan, before going to the Formation Eye, I have to enter the Loch Ness once. My glorious amethyst galaxy sword was taken out of my spirit ring when I was in the Loch Ness. Yushan glanced at the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuo Wen's back, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew clearly what Zhuo Wen's words meant. This person could actually use his soul consciousness to open a spiritual ring in this place. This was too unbelievable. The reason why Yushan could be like a fish in water in this place was mainly because she had a demonic tool on her. This demonic tool was something she carried with her and was not in her spirit ring. Therefore, she was invincible in this world by relying on this demonic tool. After thinking for a long time, Yushan gritted her teeth and said, If you can really use your divine sense in the Loch Ness Lake, then you go first. I will occupy the Array Core first, but you have to go and come back quickly. This is the map of the City Lord's Mansion. When the time comes, you just need to sneak into the mansion and find this location. I will be there. Yushan gave Zhuo a map, then left quietly. Returning to the woodshed, Feng Yong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face was pale and bloodless. Does your genius mansion have a good mount? If you help me this time, I'll let you go. Moreover, I'll help you heal your broken arm and leg. Zhuo kicked Feng Yong and said indifferently. Feng Yong suddenly opened his eyes, showing a glimmer of hope. He quickly said, Yes, yes, yes. Our genius mansion has a black flame divine colt. It could travel 1,000 miles in a day. Its speed is absolutely superb. Then show me the way. Zhuo picked up Feng Yong and left the woodshed. At this moment, the genius mansion was in a state of panic. It was heavily guarded and brightly lit. In the hall, Feng Lingmei was anxiously walking in circles. She began to regret coveting Zhuowen's divine weapon. Her father, Feng Yong, could also kill a bloodthirsty lizard in an instant. Therefore, she thought that Zhuowen was at most on par with Feng Yong. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken. especially when she thought about how Feng Yong was defeated by Zhuowen in an instant during the day. She knew that she kicked an iron plate. "Miss, don't worry. I have already sent guards to search the city for that Zhuowen. They will definitely find the marquis," Uncle Chin said. Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly walked in from outside the hall. He trembled and said, "Miss, the marquis has been found." Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Where? Quickly bring me there." However, just as Feng Lingmei finished speaking, an indifferent voice came from outside the hall. Then, a white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stepped into the hall while carrying the half-dead Feng Yong. Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes froze. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she looked at Zhuowen in fear. "Protect, miss." Uncle Chun suddenly stood in front of Feng Lingmei. He held a large blade in his right hand and stared at Zhuowen in fear. Bang! Zhuowen casually threw Feng Yong on the ground. Then, he looked at Feng Lingmei and said, "If you want Feng Yong, take out your mansion's black flame, divine colt." Feng Yong also hurriedly said, "Lingmei, according to Lord Zhuo's instructions, quickly take out the black flame, divine colt." Feng Lingmei was startled. She quickly reacted and ordered Uncle Chun in front of her. Soon, Uncle Chun brought over an incomparably tall and majestic horse. Zhuowen jumped up and sat on the horse's back. He laughed loudly and urged the horse to leave the Jinyan mansion. Feng Lingmei silently helped Feng Yong up. Her beautiful eyes looked at the departing figure with a complicated expression. The Black Flame Divine Colt was extremely fast. It only took a day to reach Loch Ness. At this moment, night had fallen. The bright moonlight in the sky was reflected in Loch Ness. Everything seemed so strange. Zhuowen thought of the giant eye at the bottom of the loch. A trace of fear involuntarily rose in his heart, but he quickly sobered up. Now was not the time to think about this. Splash! He jumped to the bottom of the loch again. Following his memory, he came to the place where he sank last time. Algae. After searching for a moment, Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised to find a section of algae that was pressed under a rock. Using the glorious amethyst galaxy sword to split open the rock, Zhuowen immediately discovered clumps of algae lying under the rock. In the center of the algae, a round monster with a large mouth was lying there quietly. It was split in two. Zhuowen immediately put away the algae. As for the round monster, he examined it and found that there was a golden bead inside. This aura is Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the golden ripple that he absorbed in the trial ground. The aura of this golden bead was exactly the same as the golden ripple, but much more intense. Zhuowen silently put away the golden bead and cut off all the algae. Only then was he satisfied and swam towards the surface of the loch with a pile of algae. Stepping onto the shore, Zhuowen suddenly thought of the rock that he had shattered. He had not seen that rock when he was at the bottom of the loch. Now that he was at Loch Ness again, that rock had mysteriously appeared and was firmly pressing down on the algae. It was as if the rock had fixed the algae in place, waiting for Zhuowen to come and search for it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was shocked. He quickly turned back to look at Loch Ness. Unfortunately, a huge shadow had appeared at the bottom of Loch Ness. This shadow had a crack in the middle, revealing a giant eye. The giant eye silently stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen could see the mockery and ridicule in the giant eye's eyes. Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly left Loch Ness with the algae and mounted his Black Flame Divine Colt. This Loch Ness was really too strange. He was certain that everything that had happened just now was the doing of that giant eye. As for why the giant eye would do such a thing, Zhuowen could not figure it out, nor did he want to think about it. I'd better recover my consciousness first. Sitting on the back of the Black Flame Divine Colt, Zhuowen was as still as a mountain. He began to wolf down the algae in his hands. The amount of algae he had obtained this time was much more than what he had eaten in Loch Ness. Moreover, as he ate, Zhuowen constantly paid attention to the changes in his soul. To his pleasant surprise, the space of his soul was rapidly changing. Not far from the two galaxies, many stars began to appear. There were more and more stars, and there was a faint sign that there would be a third galaxy. Noticing this change, Zhuan worked even harder to eat the seaweed. After half a day, Zhuan finally finished eating all the algae. He was pleasantly surprised to find that 3 new galaxies had appeared in his soul. Including the 2 he had at the beginning, there were now 5 galaxies in total. His divine sense was also several times stronger than before. Furthermore, he was keenly aware that the strength of his spirit meant that the power that sealed his spirit was showing signs of loosening. There's still half a day left. I wonder if I can strengthen my consciousness to the point that even this world cannot seal it after I consume this golden pearl. Chapter 2015. Formation. I now Zhuan was eager to enhance his soul and use his divine sense. Once he could use his divine sense, he would be able to open the spirit ring, and everything would be much more convenient. The golden bead entered his abdomen, and then a golden current flowed up from his abdomen and rushed into his soul. Zhuan only felt unbearable pain in his soul, and couldn't help but roar, but he could clearly feel that the number of galaxies in his soul space was increasing. The pain lasted for 2 hours before it slightly eased, and the number of galaxies in Zhuan's soul space had increased to 10. I can use my divine sense. Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief and said in surprise. Although the range of his divine sense was only 5 meters, Zhuan knew that once he left this small world, his divine sense would definitely surpass most of the cultivators in the trial grounds. Now, Zhuan was glad that he was able to enter Devilfall Valley. If he hadn't entered Devilfall Valley, he wouldn't have been able to encounter such a rare opportunity to enhance his divine sense. Moreover, the small world in Devilfall Valley had an astonishing amount of calamity crystals. Once he collected them, it would definitely be a big fortune for him. Zhuan summoned the black-clothed Zhuan, and he entered the black-clothed Zhuan's inner world to rest. The pain brought by the golden bead was extremely intense. Although his soul had strengthened a lot, it also made Zhuan feel extremely tired. Now that Zhuan and the black-clothed Zhuan shared the same soul, Zhuan wasn't worried that the black-clothed Zhuan couldn't open the spirit ring. In the dead of night, Zhuan left the black flame divine cult outside the city, and he quietly jumped into the city. Last time, because Zhuan took Feng Yong hostage, he left in a hurry, so he didn't take the remaining 9.5 boxes of calamity crystals from the inn. He didn't need to think to know that it should have been taken by the people of Marquis Jinyun's mansion. At this moment, although it was already late at night, the Marquis of Jinyun's mansion was heavily guarded and brightly lit. Ever since he was brought back by Zhuan, Feng Yong couldn't eat or sleep in peace. If it wasn't for the heavy security and lights, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. The Marquis has suffered too much of a shock. This old man is powerless to treat this illness. Outside the Marquis's estate, an old man that carried a medicine chest cupped his hands towards Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu in a rather ashamed manner. Dr. Chung, you're the most skilled doctor in Morihua City. If even you can't treat him, then it's even more impossible for those quacks to treat him. This, Feng Lingmei said anxiously. Dr. Chung waved his hand and said, "This is a heart disease. Forgive this old man for being powerless." With that, Dr. Chung hurriedly left the place. Father is a powerful martial artist, but now his legs and right arm are broken. He's like a cripple, so Feng Lingyu sobbed. Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes revealed a look of shame. If it wasn't for her, her father wouldn't have found that fiend, Zhuan, and wouldn't be as dispirited as he was now. I can cure your father's legs and right arm, but I need 10 million spars payment. Suddenly, a slender figure slowly walked in from outside the palace. Feng Lingmei looked at the figure, and her delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but tremble, because this person was none other than the culprit who caused her father to be in such a state. Zhuan, you? How can I believe that you're not here to harm my father? Feng Lingmei said with a flushed face. Zhuan sneered. Right now, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need to harm your father? If you don't believe me, then I'll be leaving. Wait, Let him in. Inside the bedroom, Feng Yong said while trembling. Feng Lingmei gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "You can go in." Zhuowen leisurely entered the bedroom. The moment he closed the door, he instructed indifferently, "Remember to prepare 10 million spar." "Big sister, can we still trust this person?" Feng Lingyu said somewhat timidly. "Right now, I have no choice but to believe you. Tell your servants to bring over 10 million spar." Feng Lingmei said in a deep voice. About 2 hours later, huge boxes were piled up outside the bedroom. Inside these boxes, they were all disaster spar. At the same time, the door to the bedroom opened and 2 figures walked out. One of them was naturally Zhuowen, and the man behind Zhuowen made Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu extremely excited. "Father, are you really okay?" Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu immediately rushed over, and Feng Lingyu even burst into tears. Zhuowen came to the open space outside the bedroom and looked at the boxes of disaster spar that were piled up like hills, his eyes revealing a blazing light. With so many disaster spar in the entire trial grounds, only he, Zhuowen, had obtained so many. Feng Yong hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and bowed deeply. "Master Zhuowen, please forgive me for my previous rudeness. There's no need to say any more. It's all in the past. I'll accept these things, and we don't owe each other anything." With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and stored all the disaster spar into his spirit ring, and then he instantly left the marquee of Jinyun's mansion. How did this person do it? 10 million spar disappeared just like that? Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu looked at each other in dismay, full of shock. Feng Yong had a complicated look in his eyes. He had witnessed the entire process of Zhua when reconnecting his severed arms and legs. He knew that this person's methods were heaven-defying, so he didn't find it strange that he could take away millions of disaster crystals without anyone noticing. The City Lord's mansion was not far from the marquee of Jinyun's mansion. Zhuowen quickly arrived at the City Lord's mansion and quietly sneaked in. The location Yu Shan mentioned was in the rockery in the back garden of the City Lord's mansion. It was said that the rockery had an illusion array. If an ordinary person did not have a strong soul, they would not be able to see through the illusion array. After Yu Shan entered Mo Luo City, she was valued by the City Lord and held an important position in the City Lord's mansion. It was only then that she unintentionally discovered some clues about the fake mountain. Not long after, Zhuowen avoided several patrolling soldiers and arrived in front of the rockery in the back garden. The back garden was terrifyingly quiet. Zhuowen came to the front of the rockery, and sure enough, he found an illusion array on it. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. He actually smelled blood in front of the fake mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Soon after, a dense rain of arrows flew over the back garden. Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly as he quietly took out a huge square shield from his spirit ring. This square shield was only an ordinary heavenly divine artifact. He had found it in the spirit ring of a cultivator he had killed. Although he could not use it, he did not throw it away. After all, it was still a divine artifact. He usually collected it and gave it to Long Xiaotian and the others on the heavenly armor planet for safekeeping. "How dare you barge into the City Lord's mansion in the middle of the night? You're courting death." A vigorous voice rang out in the City Lord's mansion like thunder. Then, a burly man in heavy armor led groups of mansion soldiers and surrounded the entire back garden. Beside the burly man, Zhuowen saw a familiar figure. "Wei Shuo," Zhuowen said with a gloomy gaze. "Haha, Zhuowen, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Although I was tricked by you and entered this world, my familiarity with this place is not something you can compare to. Even Yu Shan is not as familiar with this place as I am," Wei Shuo said proudly. The burly man beside Wei Shuo had a respectful attitude. He looked at Wei Shuo with eyes full of awe. "Although I can't use my divine sense or divine power in this place, as long as I have the formation flags and the power of the calamity crystals, I can still set up a powerful death trap array." "You can't use your divine power or divine sense. How can you be a match for me?" Wei Shuo continued. Where's Miss Yushan? Zhuowen asked calmly. Wei Shuo clapped his hands, and two soldiers immediately brought a woman over. The woman was shackled, and her clothes were torn in many places. Blood continuously flowed from her wounds, making her look extremely miserable. Yushan, that foolish woman. She thinks she's smart. She really thinks she's found the core of the formation. Unfortunately, the illusory formation in the back mountain is not the core of the formation, but the entrance to the deepest part of Devilfall Valley. Originally, I planned to lock the two of you in this great formation and then activate the sacrificial formation to sacrifice the two of you. Only then would I be able to enter. Unfortunately, I was also dragged in by a little bastard like you. That's why I didn't dare to use the sacrificial formation. However, the result will be the same. The two of you will still be my sacrificial offerings to enter the deepest part of Devilfall Valley. The self-satisfied smile on Wei Shua's face grew even wider. Yushan seemed to wake up. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Zhuowen apologetically. Zhuowen, I've dragged you down this time. It's not bad to let you become a pair of miserable lovebirds before you die. However, time is up. Capture this person, Wei Shuo said coldly. Immediately, the soldiers in the back garden swarmed over, weapons in hand, and charged at Zhuowen. Zhuowen wielded glorious amethyst galaxy sword and slashed out again and again. His speed was extremely fast, and each strike killed several soldiers. So you still have a divine artifact on you. That's a bit surprising. Wei Shuo stood there quietly, paying no attention to the soldiers who were killed. He simply stared at Zhuowen. In truth, he was still quite wary of Zhuowen. Even though he couldn't use his consciousness and divine power, he didn't want to take the risk himself. He planned to let the soldiers of the City Lord's mansion exhaust Zhuowen's strength. Then, he would activate the death trap formation he had set up here and kill this Zhuowen in one fell swoop. My lord, my mansion soldiers? The City Lord of Maluo City felt a bit sorry for the dead soldiers. What? You have a problem with that? Wei Shuo looked coldly at the City Lord. Chapter 2016. Sacrifice inside the back garden. The number of soldiers dwindled. Zhuowen began to stagger, as if he would fall at any moment. Wei Shuo looked at Zhuowen, who looked like he would fall at any moment. His lips curled into a grin as he formed a series of seals with both hands, activating the array he had set up in the back garden. In an instant, the entire back garden was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Yushan's beautiful eyes dimmed as she sighed. She knew that Zhuowen was done for, and that she was not far from it. This kid's stamina is pretty much exhausted. Go in and grab that Zhuowen. Wei Shuo waited outside the array formation for a while. After making sure that there was no movement inside, he knew that Zhuowen must have exhausted all his strength. He said to the City Lord beside him in a deep voice. Although this array was a death trap array, most of them were mainly used for trapping and killing. He didn't really want to kill Zhuowen. He still needed Zhuowen. So how could he kill the latter? The City Lord looked dejected. He looked at Wei Shuo and could only follow the former's advice and enter the death trap array. However, the City Lord had been in the death trap array for a long time, but he didn't come out. This made Wei Shuo suspicious. Just as Wei Shuo was considering whether or not to release the death trap array, clear footsteps slowly walked out from the array. Bang! This figure was carrying a person and casually tossing him to the ground. His gaze was indifferently fixed on Wei Shuo. Wei Shuo frowned slightly as he looked at the figure below in surprise. This figure was none other than Zhuowen. Whoosh! Just as Wei Shuo finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air shot out from behind him. Fortunately, Wei Shuo's reaction was fast enough. He kicked off with his right foot and dodged to the side. At the same time, a divine spear appeared in his hand, and he raised it up, blocking the sound of something breaking through the air. He focused his gaze and found that the attack was actually a whirlpool of killing intent formed by the 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold. Behind the whirlpool of killing intent was the white-robed Zhuowen. You actually have a doppelganger that can use divine sense? How is this possible? Wei Shuo cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately for him, the other 12 embryos of the No beginning demonic gold had transformed into a whirlpool of killing intent that smashed towards Wei Shuo's back. Pucci! Wei Shuo let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. However, invisible ripples flowed behind him. This person had actually set up a small defensive formation on himself. In this world where divine sense and divine force could not be used, it was almost impossible for anyone to break through the defensive array set up by Wei Shuo. But Zhuowen was an exception. The instant Wei Shuo fell, another 12 No beginning demonic gold sword embryos shot out. Together with the other 24 No beginning demonic gold sword embryos, they formed a powerful whirlpool of killing intent that smashed heavily onto Wei Shuo's body. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Shuo was unable to resist at all and was sent flying by the vortex of killing intent. However, the defensive formation on his body was incomparably tough and actually did not break. This is a defensive formation that my sect master personally set up on me. How can mere No beginning demonic gold sword embryos break it? Seeing that the 36 No beginning demonic gold sword embryos were unable to break through the defensive formation on his body, Wei Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shuo naturally trusted the formation set up by the sect master of the demonic pearl sect, Yang Muqiu. However, in this world where divine sense and divine force could not be used, the defensive formation on his body was much weaker than usual. After all, operating a defensive formation required energy. The defensive formation was not supported by his divine force, but by the backup energy that Yang Muqiu had left in the formation. However, this backup energy was not endless and could not be maintained for too long. Therefore, Wei Shuo planned to kill Zhuowen while the defensive formation was still usable. Oh, I see. Then let's try out the power of the No beginning demonic gold sword. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. Then, with a wave of his right hand, another 12 No beginning demonic gold swords flew out from his spirit ring. However, this time, they were not sword embryos but real divine swords. The No beginning demonic gold swords' blades were incomparably sharp, black and gold mixed together, and seemed to have a demonic quality. Most importantly, on the surface of these 12 No beginning demonic gold swords, there was a raging black fire that seemed to never be extinguished. This black fire was the demonic heavenly dipper fire. Xiao He had relied on this demonic heavenly dipper fire to finally forge the sword embryos into real divine swords. At the same time, the No beginning demonic gold swords were also imbued with this terrifying demonic heavenly dipper fire. As soon as the No beginning demonic gold swords appeared, they floated in the void and slithered around, interweaving into a terrifying demonic fire vortex. Rumble. The demonic fire vortex smashed heavily on the defensive formation on the surface of Wei Shuo's body. Immediately after, a terrifying cracking sound was heard, and the tough defensive formation shattered in an instant. Pucci! Wei Shuo spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily on the ground. The moment he tried to stand up, the black-clothed Zhuowen had already arrived in front of him. His right foot stomped on Wei Shuo's chest, causing Wei Shuo to once again come into close contact with the ground. He almost fainted. Zhuowen straightforwardly took off Wei Shuo's spirit ring. Then, he took out a hemp rope and skillfully tied Wei Shuo up. After doing all this, Zhuowen put away the black-clothed Zhuowen. At the same time, he used the glorious purple galaxy sword to cut off the shackles on Yushan. Yushan was still in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. She didn't think that Zhuowen could really use his divine sense in this place. Although the range wasn't very far, in the process of battle, he could completely crush cultivators who couldn't use their divine sense. Can you tell me about this world? Zhuowen arrived in front of Wei Shuo and said indifferently. Wei Shuo's eyes were full of resentment. He didn't think that he would be captured alive by this Zhuowen. All his previous schemes had been completely wasted because of Zhuowen. Not going to talk? Zhuowen's eyes were calm. His right hand pressed on Wei Shua's head. Wei Shua immediately panicked. What are you doing? Are you going to search my soul? Zhuowen didn't bother to pay attention to Wei Shua. His powerful divine sense entered Wei Shua's divine sense from the top of his head. Now, Zhuowen's divine sense was extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that Wei Shua couldn't use his divine sense, he could only passively accept Zhuowen's barbaric soul search. Stop, I'll talk, okay? Wei Shua was terrified. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Zhuowen sneered. He didn't care about Wei Shua's fear at all. He continued to search the depths of Wei Shua's divine sense. Soon, Wei Shua was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was on the verge of death. Zhuowen's soul search wasn't gentle at all. It was extremely damaging to Wei Shua's divine sense. So that's how it is. This world exists within a sacrificial array. Moreover, the ones being sacrificed are all foreign cultivators. Moreover, they have to be cultivators with powerful divine senses. Otherwise, the sacrifice won't succeed, Zhuowen muttered. Brother Zhua, many thanks for this. Yushan cupped her hands toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen waved his hand. I already have a grudge with this Wei Shua. Even if you weren't here, I would have done it. Now, come with me. Our only way out is to enter the depths of Devilfall Valley. With that, Zhuowen entered the fake mountain. As for the illusion array above, it didn't affect him and Yushan at all. After passing through the illusion array, Zhuowen and Yushan appeared in front of a small open space. In the center of the open space was an array. What are you doing? Are you going to sacrifice me? Wei Shua, who was originally in a daze, noticed the array in front of him. He immediately struggled to his feet and continued. I'm telling you, the sacrifice target must be 2 cultivators with powerful divine senses. Sacrificing me is useless unless you sacrifice Yushan as well. Only then will you be able to open the passage to the depths of Devilfall Valley. As soon as Wei Shua said this, Yushan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She immediately looked at Zhuowen, her gaze somewhat guarded. When Wei Shua tricked her into entering this world, he naturally wanted to sacrifice her. The only reason he hadn't done so was because there was still one person missing. If Zhuowen wanted to enter the depths of Devilfall Valley, he would have to sacrifice both her and Wei Shua. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open the passage to the depths of Devilfall Valley. What cheap trick to sow discord. Miss Yushan, if I wanted to sacrifice you, would you still be able to move freely? Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Yushan, then carried Wei Shua towards the array in front of him. Yushan's cheeks reddened. Zhuowen's words were somewhat sarcastic. At the same time, she also felt a bit embarrassed about the wariness she had shown just now. It's useless for you to sacrifice me alone. Wei Shua continued to jabber on, but Zhuowen pushed him straight into the array formation. Instantly, the array began to emit a terrifying light. The light grew more and more dazzling, more and more intense. Wei Shua screamed again and again. Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that Wei Shua's divine sense was constantly being absorbed by the array. At the same time, a crack seemed to be opening up above the array. The crack continued to open, and Wei Shua's screams grew more and more intense. Finally, he stopped screaming. His divine sense had been completely absorbed, and the crack had only opened up a few inches. Moreover, as Wei Shua's divine sense was exhausted, the crack seemed to be closing up. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pushed off with his right foot, and his powerful divine sense transformed into 2 giant hands that pushed open the closing crack. Break! Within Zhuowen's spiritual space, the 2 galaxies immediately shattered. A sharp pain shot through him, causing Zhuowen's forehead to break out in cold sweat. The 2 giant divine sense hands increased in power, and they pushed open the crack to the height of half a person. Go up! Enduring the pain, Zhuowen said to Yushan, who was still in a daze. Yushan came to her senses and immediately leaped up, entering the crack. After Yushan entered, a terrifying force came from the crack. The 2 divine sense hands showed signs of collapsing. Break again. Chapter 2017. Bedevilment Stone. Zhuowen, are you all right? Zhuowen fell to the ground and felt a splitting headache. Yushan's voice sounded in his ears. Shaking his head, Zhuowen came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "I'm fine." Ever since he ate the seaweed in Loch Ness and the golden bead on the water monster, Zhuowen's divine soul was not only much stronger than before, but his recovery ability was also very strong. The 3 galaxies that had exploded in his divine soul space were now showing signs of recovering. Looking around, Zhuowen discovered that what appeared in front of him was the interior of a large black hall. Above this large hall, there was a strange black fog lingering. Yushan looked at Zhuowen with some worry. She knew very well that if it weren't for Zhuowen, she wouldn't have been able to walk out of that world alive. Thinking of this, Yushan took out a wooden stick that was burning with black fire from her spirit ring. Since she had completely left the array, Yushan's divine sense and divine power had recovered, so she could open her spirit ring. This is the Big Dipper demonic fire. I heard you mention it before. I, Yushan, have no way to repay you, so I can only use this Big Dipper demonic fire to repay you for saving my life. Yushan handed the wooden stick to Zhuowen. Thank you, Miss Yushan. Zhuowen received the Big Dipper demonic fire with ecstasy and immediately sent it into his spirit ring. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Xiaohe, asking it to forge the remaining no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos into no-beginning demonic gold swords. Zhuowen could feel that this wooden stick contained a lot of Big Dipper demonic fire. It should be enough to forge the remaining 36 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos. This is the deepest part of Devil Fall Valley? Putting away the Big Dipper demonic fire, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the hall around him, and his brows slightly furrowed. That should be it. Perhaps this hall was where that demonic Tao expert cultivated back then, Yushan said with some uncertainty. Let's look around here, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Thus, the 2 of them began to rummage through the large hall. Of course, the 2 of them searched extremely carefully, as they were deeply afraid they would encounter some sort of formidable restriction within the hall and cause unimaginable consequences. However, after searching for a long time, they discovered that apart from the strange demonic mist above their heads, there didn't seem to be anything else. Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something and raised his head abruptly, only to see the demonic mist above the main hall tumbling violently. Yushan also noticed the abnormality of the demonic fog. She raised her head and saw that the demonic fog was constantly twisting and twisting, actually forming a huge eye. Staring into the giant eye, Yushan's tender body went soft as an irresistible sense of fear rose in her heart. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was astonished. Wasn't this giant eye the same one he saw at the bottom of Loch Ness? The giant eye's pupils moved back and forth between Zhuowen and Yushan, as if it was carefully sizing up the 2 of them. Finally, it stopped on Zhuowen. Zhuowen's hair stood on end. Being stared at by such a strange giant eye, no one would feel good. What is this thing? Yushan asked in a trembling voice. Zhuowen shook his head. Although he had seen this giant eye before, he didn't know what it was. The 2 of you, how about we make a bet? After confronting each other for a while, it actually spoke. Zhuowen and Yushan looked at each other. Then Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "Bet? What kind of bet?" The giant eye narrowed, and soon after, a huge black rock more than 30 meters in size fell from the tumbling demonic mist. The black rock had an irregular shape. On the surface of the rock, there were densely packed words. Zhuowen couldn't understand these words. Or rather, what was carved on the rock didn't look like words at all, but more like graffiti. This is the Bedevilment Stone, which contains the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor's demonic tome. I'll give the 2 of you 10 years. As long as one of you isn't affected by the Bedevilment Stone and becomes demonic, I'll let you leave Devil Fall Valley, the giant eye said with a mocking smile. What if the 2 of us become demonic? Yushan asked. The giant eye sneered. Then you'll become one with me. Zhuowen's eyes became extremely dignified. The heaven-devouring demon emperor that this giant I spoke of was likely a demonic path supreme elder that had perished in Demon Fall Valley. But just what was this giant eye? Thinking of this, Zhuowen moved his divine sense, and the 12 primitive demonic golden swords turned into a terrifying black flame vortex and blasted towards the giant eye above. Unfortunately, the moment the black flame vortex blasted the giant eye, it missed. This giant eye turned out to be an illusory body. Haha, you've got guts, daring to attack me. The giant eye looked at Zhuowen indifferently. But Zhuowen sneered and said, "What? Do we have to listen to your arrangements?" The giant eye wasn't angry, but smiled faintly. "You have to listen to my arrangements, or you'll be trapped here forever." After saying that, the giant eye slowly dissipated into countless demonic mist. "I don't believe I can't find any exit." Zhuowen snorted coldly, ignoring the bedevilment stone, and rushed back, quickly arriving at the door of the main hall. However, the door of the main hall was tightly sealed. Zhuowen used the primitive demonic golden swords again, but it was to no avail. The door was too hard, and it seemed to contain a powerful restriction array. Zhuowen tried other attacks, but it was to no avail. As for his trump card, the heavenly lightning, Zhuowen didn't reveal it. The entire main hall should be spied on by the giant eye, so he didn't dare to reveal too much. From the feedback of the attack just now, he knew that even if he used the heavenly lightning, it would be difficult to blast open the door. Let's go back and take a look at the bedevilment stone. Zhuowen turned and walked towards the center of the main hall, but the moment he turned around, the sound of something breaking through the air swept over. Zhuowen quickly leaned to the side, avoiding the sound of something breaking through the air, and then he found that Yushan had appeared behind him without him knowing. At this moment, Yushan's eyes were scarlet, and she let out a low growl, looking extremely strange. Bedevilment. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. How could he not see the signs of Yushan's bedevilment? It seemed that when he attacked the main hall's door, Yushan couldn't resist the temptation of the so-called heaven-devouring demonic book in the bedevilment stone. She began to comprehend the bedevilment stone and was influenced by the bedevilment stone to completely bedevilment. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that Yushan's bedevilment was too fast. How long had it been? It should be related to Yushan's demonic cultivation, Xiaohei transmitted. Whoosh! Yushan let out a low growl, took out a long black whip from her spirit ring, and fiercely swung it at Zhuowen's face. Demonic chi surged. Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. He dodged the whip and immediately controlled the 12 primitive demonic golden swords to fly toward Yushan. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, and the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. Yushan was a peerless genius of the heavenly demon island, and her cultivation was at the peak of the illusory sky second step. Her strength was much stronger than Lu Guang's. Facing the bedeviled Yushan, Zhuowen was still somewhat struggling. Whoosh! Zhuowen didn't hesitate to summon the black-clothed Zhuowen. At the same time, he made the black-clothed Zhuowen use Devour's innate ability, Purgatory. The surrounding 1,000 miles instantly turned into a purgatory. Countless refined souls entangled Yushan, causing her strength to plummet. On the other hand, Zhuowen relied on the refined souls to continuously increase his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle once again. Zhuowen had the support of the black-clothed Zhuowen, and with the support of the 5th-level Dao intent, he completely suppressed the bedeviled Yushan in one fell swoop. After several hundred rounds of battle, Zhuowen suddenly roared, and the glorious amethyst galaxy sword slashed out horizontally. Countless sword lights swept out, forming a huge domed territory in the sky. This domed territory was like a vast mountain, and it unceremoniously pressed down on Yushan, forcing her to kneel on the ground. This sword move was the 6th move of the Dao of Destruction sword technique, Firmament Dao Domain. It activated countless sword lights, and in a special arrangement, formed a huge domed territory, which could ruthlessly suppress the opponent. The domed territory was extraordinary. Although it was formed by illusory sword lights, this territory was as heavy as a huge territory, and it was enough to crush many cultivators. The moment Yushan was suppressed by the firmament Dao domain, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and used Devour to continuously set up trapping and confining arrays. 4 hours later, Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. The sky-domed Dao domain had already vanished, while Yushan was completely under his control. She was trapped in the confinement formation that he had set up. After dealing with Yushan's matter, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the bedevilment stone. He was a little hesitant about whether he should comprehend the bedevilment stone, as the giant eye said. After all, Yushan had been bedeviled in such a short time, which showed how terrifying the bedevilment stone was. However, if he didn't comprehend the bedevilment stone, the hall was too tough. Even the current Zhuowen couldn't break it. Thus, comprehending the bedevilment stone was his only choice. Let's give it a try. Chapter 2018. Devouring Demonic Tome. The moment Zhuowen's divine sense entered the bewitching stone, he could clearly feel a terrifying demonic nature rushing into his divine sense, following his divine sense into his divine sense, and entering his divine sense. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was incomparably powerful. The moment this demonic nature rushed in, it was blocked by his divine sense. Moreover, as time passed, he discovered that the demonic nature was becoming stronger and stronger. As Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the bewitching stone, the demonic mist above the hall once again rolled, forming the giant eye. The giant eye silently looked at Zhuowen's figure, a complicated look flashing through its eyes. This kid's original body is actually Devour. I really didn't expect to meet someone of the same race here. Perhaps it's also a pitiful little fellow wandering in the starry sky. To be able to meet someone of the same race while I'm still alive, it's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. I just don't know if this kid can resist the corrosion of the bewitching stone for 10 years. The giant eye slowly disappeared, its faint voice echoing in the heavens and earth. However, Zhuowen's mind was completely focused on the bewitching stone, so he didn't hear the giant eye's words. Time passed bit by bit, and Zhuowen's entire body was filled with terrifying demonic energy. This demonic energy was emitted by the bewitching stone, and it rushed into Zhuowen's body. The demonic energy was terrifying, and Zhuowen discovered that the black-clothed Zhuowen had an extremely strong resistance to demonic energy. Therefore, he had already recalled his original body and let the black-clothed Zhuowen replace him in front of the bewitching stone. Zhuowen only needed to firmly guard his divine sense, preventing the terrifying demonic energy from corroding his divine sense. Therefore, during this period, Zhuowen was constantly on high alert, guarding against the demonic energy invading his divine sense and completely turning him into a demon. It was also because of this constant operation of his divine sense that Zhuowen's divine sense became increasingly powerful under the effects of the myriad stars meditation diagram and the demonic energy. In the 9th year, the number of galaxies in Zhuowen's spiritual space had reached more than 100, and the strength of his spiritual sense was more than 10 times that of 9 years ago. This was absolutely terrifying. It could be said that the current strength of Zhuowen's divine sense was far superior to that of ordinary void sky cultivators. Perhaps only cultivators like Lei Qi, who had reached the 5th step of the void sky realm, could compare to Zhuowen. On the 10th year, the demonic Qi of the demonization stone reached an extremely terrifying level. Aside from his soul, the black-robed Zhuowen's entire body had been demonized. His entire body was filled with terrifying demonic Qi, causing the black-robed Zhuowen to look like an ancient demon. Damn it, the devil Qi has actually become so terrifying. Zhuowen was still guarding his divine soul with all his might, but the devil Qi in the outside world was becoming more and more terrifying. Even Zhuowen was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. In desperation, Zhuowen thought of the No beginning demonic golden sword. In the past 9 years, Xiaohe had also used the heavenly demonic flames to completely refine the No beginning demonic golden sword embryo into the No beginning demonic golden sword. The No beginning demonic golden sword swept out with raging demonic flames. Soon after, the terrifying devil chi lingering in the surroundings was completely absorbed by the No beginning demonic golden sword. As the devil chi was absorbed by the No beginning demonic golden sword, the pressure on Zhuowen decreased significantly. Of course, he didn't dare to let down his guard. At the same time, he used Devour's powerful devouring power to devour the devil chi that was trying to approach his divine soul. Devour's physical body was still extremely strong. Although the devil chi was terrifying, it didn't seem to have any adverse effects on Devour's physical body. On the contrary, when the devil chi entered Devour's body, it actually transformed his body into an even more powerful demonic body. The benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that Zhuowen's divine soul wasn't demonized. Zhuowen's soul consciousness suddenly found that the incomprehensible characters on the surface of the bedevilment stone began to emit inky black light. Then, these characters began to rearrange themselves, condensing into a black, finger-thick devil book. On the surface of the devil book, there were 4 words, Heaven-Devouring Devil Book. The moment the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book was formed, the devil chi in the surroundings dispersed. Zhuowen blankly received the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book that appeared in front of him. Not bad, not bad. You've held on for so long without being demonized. You've really surprised me. The giant eye appeared in the sky again, calmly looking down at Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen couldn't feel happy. He felt that everything had gone too smoothly. Logically, the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book was the so-called Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's lifelong learning. How could he have obtained it so easily? The giant eye seemed to see through everything, saying, "Haha, haven't you discovered anything after 10 years of being eroded by the devil chi?" Zhuowen was stunned. Then, he found that Devour's body was filled with cold devil chi, and Devour's original aura was completely covered by this devil chi. It was as if the devil chi in the bedevilment stone had become a protective umbrella that covered Devour's aura. Zhuowen thought of something, suddenly opening the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book. After a quick glance, his eyes lit up. The first page of the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book mentioned that humans couldn't cultivate it. Little guy, your real body is Devour, right? The Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's real body is also Devour, and I'm the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor. To be more precise, I'm just a wisp of the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's soul. The giant, I said with a self-deprecating smile. Zhuowen's eyes were calm, and he wasn't too surprised. After reading the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book, he had already guessed that the Heaven-Devouring Devil Emperor's identity might be Devour. However, the giant eye was wrong. Devour wasn't Zhuowen's real body, but his doppelganger. Of course, Zhuowen didn't want to trouble himself by explaining this to the giant eye. Devour is a powerful race in the starry sky, but it's also a lonely race. The birth of each Devour means the fall of the previous generation of Devours. I used to be like you. As soon as I was born, I drifted in the starry sky. In order to blend into the heaven territory, I carefully cultivated the human clan's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, the human clan's cultivation technique wasn't suitable for me. Later on, I found that I could cultivate a part of the devil cultivator's cultivation technique. So I started to cultivate the devil cultivator's cultivation technique. However, as I continued to cultivate the devil cultivator's cultivation technique, I got tired of it because it wasn't suitable for me. So, I created the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book. This Heaven-Devouring Devil Book is only suitable for Devour to cultivate. More importantly, after cultivating the Heaven-Devouring Devil Book, the aura of Devour in your body will be completely covered by the devil chi. Even the Lord of the Heaven territory won't be able to sense that your real body is Devour. He will think that you are a devil cultivator through and through. Ever since I was defeated by Lord Brahma, I only left behind a wisp of my soul in Devilfall Valley. During this time, many cultivators entered, but they were all humans. They were unable to cultivate the heaven-devouring demonic book, so they were unable to pass down my legacy. But it's different now. You're here. You're from the same race as me. You can inherit my legacy and cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book. Speaking up to here, the giant, I looked at Zhuowen with shining eyes. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He somewhat understood why the giant I didn't attack him when he met Zhuowen in the Nest Lake. It was likely that the giant I had seen through the doppelganger of Devour in Zhuowen's body. Now that I've obtained the heaven-devouring devil scripture, I've indirectly inherited your legacy. Furthermore, I've also won the bet between us. I believe you can now let me and Miss Yushan leave Devilfall Valley, right? Zhuowen said calmly. The giant, I narrowed its eyes and said in a deep voice, I can release that female cultivator immediately, but not you. The heaven-devouring devil book isn't that easy to cultivate. You have to stay here until you've completely cultivated the heaven-devouring devil book. Only then will I let you leave. Zhuowen had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still looked calm on the surface. He said, in that case, many thanks to Senior. This junior is willing to cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book here. Let Miss Yushan leave first. The giant, I was very satisfied with Zhuowen's performance and nodded repeatedly. Soon after, Yushan, who had been imprisoned, was released. At this moment, Yushan's demonized state had been completely broken. She looked around and said in confusion, what happened to me? Zhuowen, are you all right? Zhuowen came to Yushan and said, Miss Yushan, you leave Devilfall Valley first. I still have some things to do here. Yushan still wanted to say something, but she also noticed the giant eye in the sky. Her delicate body trembled, and she could only nod and say, be careful. No need to talk nonsense. Get lost. The giant, I said impatiently, and teleported Yushan out. Start cultivating the heaven-devouring devil book. I don't have much time left. You have to cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book before my time is up. The giant, I said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to seriously read the heaven-devouring devil book. It was unknown whether it was because of the demonic qi or because the heaven-devouring devil book was made for devour, but Zhuowen's cultivation speed was very fast. In just 2 months, he had cultivated the heaven-devouring devil book to minor completion. The main function of the heaven-devouring devil book was to strengthen Devour's innate devouring ability. It was said that if one cultivated it to perfection, they could even swallow the heavens. Of course, this saying was a bit exaggerated, but it showed how terrifying the heaven-devouring devil book was. After all, it was tailor-made for Devour's innate talent. Just as Zhuowen was about to continue cultivating, countless veins appeared in the giant eye's eyes. My time is up. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 2019. Secrets of the Heavenly Domain. Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes, unable to move his body. He could only watch as the black fog formed by the giant I continuously entered his body. Even if Zhuowen wanted to forcefully resist, he helplessly noticed that the devil qi that filled his entire body firmly restrained him on the spot, causing him to be unable to move. It's useless. I purposely poured the demon qi of the bewitching stone into your body. Even if your real body is Devour, after 10 years of demon qi's corrosion, you can't escape my control. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's ferocious voice slowly resounded in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. Since he had inherited Devour, he knew that Devour was indeed powerful, but it was indifferent to emotions. If Devour's emotions were rich, it wouldn't have devoured the adult Devour the moment it was born. After all, Devour was a very selfish race. In Devour's mind, there was no such thing as familial love. As long as it could become stronger, it could do anything. In Devour's eyes, the only thing that mattered was itself. When the heaven-devouring demon emperor had revealed his identity as Devour, Zhuowen had never believed him. Zhuowen, who had inherited Devour, knew Devour too well. "Seems like you've planned everything," Zhuowen said in a low voice. The heaven-devouring demon emperor laughed wantonly. "Haha, don't worry. This emperor will replace you and rise again. At that time, I will find that bastard Great Brahma to take revenge, and the 8 heavenly domains will be mine. Great Brahma didn't attack me because of my identity, but because I know the secrets of the 8 heavenly domains." Zhuowen's mind flickered. He wanted to summon his real body to help, but after hearing the heaven-devouring demon emperor's words, his interest was piqued. Although the demon chi had eroded Zhuowen's entire body, it was only his doppelganger. His real body was still in the spirit ring. Moreover, the heaven-devouring demon emperor had mistaken Devour's doppelganger for his real body, so he wasn't too worried. Even if all of the black-clothed Zhuowen were devoured by the heaven-devouring devil emperor, Zhuowen's original body would not be affected too much. What secrets do the 8 heavens hold? Zhuowen probed. The sky-devouring demon emperor laughed coldly and said, "Trying to trick me? But there's no harm in telling you, since you're going to be a dead man soon anyway. Let me tell you, there are countless cultivators in the 8 heavens, but why hasn't there been a single heaven-crushing cultivator? Even the most powerful heavenly realm, the ruler of the Nadi Shiva realm, Sakyamuni, has only reached the peak of the 9 steps void realm. This involves the heaven-crushing essence, and the heaven-crushing essence is scattered throughout the 8 heavens. Only by gathering all of the heaven-crushing essence in the 8 heavens can one have a chance of breaking through to the heaven-crushing realm. Although the 8 heavens seem peaceful, there are actually turbulent undercurrents in the dark. Moreover, in order to obtain a chance to break through to the heaven-crushing realm, the rulers of the 8 heavens are madly trying to comprehend the heaven-crushing essence in their heavens. At this point, the sky-devouring demon emperor paused again, and his voice was filled with a hint of anger as he said, "That bastard Lord Brahma has the worst talent among the rulers of the 8 heavens. The heaven-crushing essence in the Lord Brahma realm should be called fortune manipulating the heavens, and it's on par with the 2 strongest heaven-crushing essences in the Hua Xia heavenly realm and the Sakyamuni realm. But that trash Lord Brahma, apart from hiding the heaven-crushing essence of good fortune manipulating the heavens in the Tower of Hanoi, he still hasn't comprehended it. Originally, I accidentally comprehended the heaven-crushing essence of good fortune manipulating the heavens, but unfortunately, that trash Lord Brahma discovered it. That bastard is stronger than me, and he used my identity as Devour to attack me and then suppressed me in the Devilfall Valley. His goal was to extract the essence that I comprehended from my divine soul. That son of a b****. Fortunately, I was smart enough to leave a trace of my soul behind. Otherwise, I would have been completely finished." At the mention of Lord Brahma, the sky-devouring demon emperor's voice trembled with anger. Heaven-crushing essence. Purple chi from the east? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He remembered the Tao, that Tai Ching of the Hua Xia heavenly realm had comprehended. This Tao was purple. Could it be the heaven-crushing essence that Lord Brahma mentioned? Or could it be that the Tao was a new power that Tai Ching had comprehended from the heaven-crushing essence of the Hua Xia heavenly realm? Purple chi from the east? Although Zhuowen was still a little confused, he knew that the Tao will and purple chi from the east were inseparable. At the same time, he remembered the mysterious woman in black who had taken Moyan Wushang away. That mysterious woman in black claimed to be from the 6 Desires Palace of the 6 Desires Heavenly Realm. That woman in black had taken a fancy to Moyan Wushang's mystical power of the melody that he had comprehended. Could it be related to the heaven-crushing essence of the 6 Desires Heavenly Realm? Zhuowen remembered what Tai Ching had done in the past. Although Tai Ching was not very ruthless, his purpose was to improve his own Tao will. Lord Brahma had used an extreme method by directly absorbing it. What about the 6 Desires Heavenly Realm? Zhuowen knew that taking Moyan Wushang to the Six Desires Palace was probably his biggest mistake. He now began to suspect that the Six Desires Palace might attack the melody that Moyan Wushang had comprehended. He's too weak. Zhuowen sighed softly. He knew very well that facing the Six Desires Palace now was like throwing an egg against a rock. Of course, whether it was as he guessed, Zhuowen had to go to the Six Desires heavenly realm to see Moyan Wushang to find out. Well, you know what you need to know. You can go on your way with peace of mind. After the heaven-devouring demon emperor finished speaking, the demonic mist that had drilled into Zhuowen's body surged even more violently, as if it wanted to tear Zhuowen's whole body apart. Yes, you should go on your way with peace of mind. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he immediately summoned the white-robed Zhuowen. What? Why did you summon your human doppelganger? The heaven-devouring demon emperor sneered. The white-robed Zhuowen sneered and said, "You're wrong. A human is my real body. Devour is my doppelganger. So, you've chosen the wrong target." After saying that, the heavenly thunder eye between the eyebrows of the black-robed Zhuowen cracked open. Immediately, the white-robed Zhuowen held the glorious purple galaxy, divine sword, and slashed at the surging demonic mist. The purplish-black lightning was extremely fast, spreading all over the black-robed Zhuowen's body in an instant. The heaven-devouring demon emperor snorted, his powerful divine sense sweeping out to resist the purplish-black lightning. His real body used to be devour, so he was naturally familiar with the heavenly thunder eye. What kind of sword is this? It can cut off the divine sense and affect the spirit. The glorious purple galaxy divine sword had already slashed across. Immediately, the heaven-devouring demon emperor relied on his powerful divine sense to resist the purplish-black lightning. With a scream, his divine sense was shattered, and the heavenly thunder eye enveloped the entire demonic mist. Crackling sounds continued to ring out. At the same time, Zhuowen released the soul-absorbing divine needle. Since the heaven-devouring demon emperor had only left a trace of his soul, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He had many weapons that targeted the spirit, and his own spirit was extremely powerful. All of the heaven-devouring demon emperor's calculations fell on the black-robed Zhuowen, so he did not expect that the white-robed Zhuowen was the real body of Zhuowen. Therefore, he had lost any chance of possessing Zhuowen. The soul-absorbing divine needle was extremely powerful. As soon as it rushed into the demonic mist, it began to fly and flip constantly, destroying the pitiful remaining soul of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. "Brat, even if I die, I won't let you go." The heaven-devouring demon emperor roared, and the terrifying black mist turned into a sharp vortex, blasting toward Zhuowen's left heart as if it had teleported. The speed of the black mist vortex was so fast that Zhuowen only had time to take a step to the right before the black vortex pierced through Zhuowen's chest. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The black mist vortex continued to spin in front of his chest, crushing all of Zhuowen's ribs. "Get lost!" Zhuowen swung the glorious purple galaxy divine sword again and quickly slashed out 100 times. The black mist vortex finally collapsed under the countless sword lights, and Zhuowen lay on the ground in despair. No wonder the great Brahma Heaven personally took action. Even if he only left a wisp of his soul, he is still so powerful. I underestimated the heaven-devouring demon emperor just now. Zhuowen coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly took out a level 7 divine medicine for healing from his spirit ring. He swallowed it, and the blood on his chest stopped flowing a little. "Xiaohei, protect me. I have to heal my wounds first." Zhuowen summoned Blackie and gave it some instructions, after which he swallowed a couple of precious divine medicines before sitting cross-legged on the ground to recuperate from his injuries. Zhuowen's injuries were too severe. The sky-devouring demon emperor's desperate attack had almost torn his body in half. Moreover, This kind of tearing did not only affect his body, but even his divine soul had the illusion that it was being torn apart at that moment. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.